Your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so. Baby, every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. Frozen in my dream, I can't escape the thoughts of you. If I try to leave, when I'm with you I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole. Maybe every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. You got me burning up. You got me burning up. You take me higher. You take You got me burning up. You take me higher. You got me burning up.
To the stars, yeah. Day 7 of being locked in the CRL studio. If anyone can hear me, this is Corelli. I don't know what happened. I thought we were supposed to start last week. I've been ready. I've been here. If anyone's out there, please start the show. Please start the show.
Off the backboard, he'll confirm. Good luck and good night. Always there.
The net and Tristan, he's going to get the flip reset off the back wall.
Get out of this lobby. What is that?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the spring semester of Collegiate Rocket League. My name is Corelli. I'll be your host for this season, and alongside me, I got my lovely couch of casters and analysts. Achieves, we know and love you, been here forever. And our new friend, Dazarin. What's up, man? Welcome to the broadcast.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much for having me. I'm excited to join the team.
Yes.
Yeah, we're excited to watch you cast, listen to you cast, and also poke fun at you.
That is
expected.
how it's going to go.
Yeah.
That's how it's going to go,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm not going to go out without a fight. I'm letting you know that right now.
I
That's
appreciate
good.
that.
That's good.
I need that. So
We do need a little more firepower against you, to be quite honest.
It's fair.
Jorby
It's
and I
fair.
are too nice to you.
I put out a lot of heat against you guys. I feel like
It's funny.
Yeah. Well, you're easy
He's
to-
funny too.
He's funny too. So. Well, we appreciate you guys at home being with us as well. We're going to take a look at the schedule for today and take a look at some of the matches that you're going to be seeing tonight. We got 5 on the docket for you. We got Stockton and Rowan starting us off here. Nova, UGA, UVU, and Missouri. And then UTA taking on LSU in a big one at the end of the night.
Yeah.
UCF and Akron. Dad, since you're the new guy here, I want to talk to you. What's the biggest game that you feel like, what's the one you're most excited for?
I think the UCF Akron game, because on paper, those two rosters meshed up together look like titans in their league. And we're going to get to see those guys go head to head, which is going to be, I mean, it's going to set the tone for the rest of the season as we continue on.
And I'm feeling the game one, actually. Stockton and Rowan. It's two teams that we saw a decent amount of last season, and neither of them that kind of lived up to expectations. So I want to see Stockton Rowan.
Yeah, I know you're a big fan of Gary.
Yes,
over there as well,
I like Gary.
On the Rowan side. So we do get to see Nova as well. So, yeah, I'm excited. I think that last game, I want to see Chef Bates on the field as well with LSU in Game 4 against UTA. That's a big game. LSU already at 3-0. So very exciting first 5 matches here on the CRL broadcast. And if you want to tell us what you think about these games throughout the night or just right now, maybe you want to compliment me and my excellent hosting ability, Achieves Pink Shirt, or congratulate Daz on being here on CRL, you can using the hashtag CRL20 on Twitter. If you use that hashtag, we might see it. We might talk about it. You might get us talking about it. So we appreciate you joining in on the conversation. And speaking of more conversation, let's take a look at the standings for tonight as well. We're going to start off with the Eastern Conference. And again, we do have 2 conferences in the CRL, the East and the West. So on your screen now is the Eastern Conference. And Achieves, I want to talk to you about this. What are you thinking about these records so far?
So surprising, Ohio and Ohio both at the bottom. Akron and Ohio's teams. I think, Akron is surprising, not playing more, but expecting to see more of them. They want to know already. So, they won everything last fall. Looking forward to seeing them. And also, some returning faces there with Waterloo, UW in 6th. Want to know a good, strong start to the season. They had a chance at the playoffs last season, but didn't quite make it. So I'm curious to see how the rest of their season shapes out as well.
And there are some big dogs here in the Eastern Conference in Akron, Daz, and they went undefeated last season. Obviously, our reigning champs right now. Do you think that they have another undefeated season on the way?
I don't think that's going to be the case this season. It seems like there's a lot of new talent in teams that are looking to make a name for themselves. I mean, we talk about UGA coming into this one. They didn't necessarily have anybody talking about them at all. They were a newer team, and they were kind of underrated, but they're sitting 2-2 in the standings right now. They're number 4 in the Eastern Conference, and they could totally shape the season to be in their favor. They just have to put in the work.
Yeah, and it's very exciting to see how the Eastern Conference will shake out. We had some late pushes last season, so I'm excited to see how things shake out. Of course, this is only the first week on the broadcast here, so excited to see how things turn out. So let's get into our first matchup of the night. It's going to be Rowan and Stockton here, and we're going to get them on the screen and take a look at some of their stats. And you can see that the rankings are very close, but Achieves, your initial reaction?
3.5 goals for Rowan. Oh, mama. That's some offense. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, a lot of goals coming in, and 3 goals against for the Stockton side. Daz, you know a little bit about some of these teams here. What do you think about this matchup?
I mean, when you look at the Stockton team, they're a super aggressive playstyle-based team. You have members on the team like Gino and Dark who are really good at mechanics, so they also can probably take it to this Rowan squad, but it's going to be based on them as an entire team, so we're going to need to see Large get more involved on the defensive side if they want to be successful in this matchup, because that is a lot of goals per game for Rowan.
And it is only one game for Rowan so far. Do you feel like that going into their game, especially on stream, the first series, the first teams on stream here for CRL, do you feel like that comes against some of these players?
I kind of want to say yes, but I kind of want to say no, because everybody on these rosters are people that have been here and done that before. I don't know if they've, ever been a season opener per se. I don't know if that'll have any jitters, but I think both of these teams are fairly comfortable at this point.
And we'll see how they do. And we don't just have stats, we don't just have names, we also have some interesting things to learn about our teams. Here's one from Stockton, and their random fact is we're all taking dendrology class together this semester. Last season, we took a fashion class together. Now we're experts in fashion, trees, in Rocket League.
Wow.
Some guys after your heart, Achieve.
You just made a believer out of me, Stockton. We've got to have a few talks at the finals, whenever that is. So, Stockton, please do well. That's all I have to say.
Imagine Stockton dressing the Chiefs.
Wow. Maybe they should.
Oh, God. We get a tweet going for that one. Set a Twitter poll. Should Stockton do this?
Yeah.
Yes? No?
That'd be interesting. I think we have one for Rowan as well. Random fact is Busey got carried to CRL and will be carried throughout this season.
Wow.
I can understand that. I come in season after season here for CRL, and I feel like I have to carry it. And every
Okay.
I understand.
Okay.
I definitely understand that from Rowan. I don't know if you guys have any feelings about that.
You know, Corelli, you are entitled to your opinion, and I'll leave it at that.
Dad's thoughts?
This is my first day here.
Yeah, that's the best answer. This is my first day here, man. I don't know what's going on between you guys, but I'm out.
Yeah, no, hey, that's a good answer. You know, I'm trying to throw a little bit towards you. Good first answer here, so appreciate that. We're going to be on DFH Stadium for the first match, and going back to the matchup here, getting a little bit more serious as we get into the game. I mean, what do you think achieves on your side here?
A lot of good stats coming in for Rowan, but purely based off of what we saw last season, I still think I favor Stockton in a lot of matchups, just because of the caliber of the players that are on that roster. So that's where I'm leaning towards in the Stockton department.
And before we get to your prediction, Daz, I want to throw it out to Twitch chat. You guys can vote right now in chat to find, or so we can find out what you think of this matchup. Exclamation point go SU or exclamation point go RU for Stockton or Rowan. You can vote right now, and your chat will come up on screen. See if Twitch chat can get it right. Twitch chat's kind of hit or miss. Daz, your prediction.
I feel like I'm going to go with Stockton on this one. Although Rowan have a great start in terms of the stat sheets, I don't think they've met a challenge yet, and I feel like Stockton is going to be the team that brings it to them. So I'll go with them for this one.
I think Rowan has impressed a couple times throughout the last couple seasons. Yeah. And it feels like a team that is close in a lot of their matchups, where it feels like they can do a lot better than maybe what they're showing on the field sometimes.
Yeah.
And they do surprise me, and I can see Twitch chat kind of going back and forth a little bit here. It's pretty close, 53, 54%, but strongly in favor of Rowan here, and I think I have to agree. I got Rowan here.
You know, to your credit, Twitch chat, I believe you did outpredict pretty much all of us last season.
The last half for Twitch chat was pretty good.
If I remember,
pretty good.
The
last
last they
few
were on
days.
fire. It was kind of sus, to be quite honest. So they know something we don't, clearly.
Oh, I clearly didn't get the script. So Twitch chat is now at 60% for Rowan. Do you guys think that as a player, maybe, because I know some of these players watch the stream.
Does it annoy them?
Does it annoy them that maybe if all the casters pick against them and then even their own Twitch chat picks against them, you think that kind of gets in their head?
I feel like it might mess up the nerves a little bit, you know what I mean?
If it does, you shouldn't be playing.
It's true. It's true. And it is something that we talk about a lot. For some players, this is kind of the biggest stage that they get to play on.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun, too.
It is a lot of fun. You know, not all these players are in Rival Source, or of course not all of them are in RLCS. So this is the biggest stage that some of them will ever play on, and it's pretty cool to give them the light. But at the same time, I do kind of worry about the nerves. So we're going to find out if anything's affecting these teams in game number 1, getting things underway with Stockton and Rowan. That first shot already going in for Gary.
Great start here for Rowan. I mean, it's just straight up off the kickoff. Large doesn't get the strong clear. It stays low, and Gary's just sitting all over it. That's it.
And we talked about it earlier, just Large needing to be more useful on the defensive end. And he already passes it to the other team. You have to be able to clear out, because you know that this Rowan team is heavily offensive. And they punished them already in the opening kickoff.
So we'll keep things going here as Busey trying to put something across the box here. Large slowing things down. And for Stockton, feeling a lot of pressure early. Rowan already finding the back of the net once. Gary trying to put something together, and again, Gino getting in the way of that one, and a lot of defense coming out from Stockton right now. Large on the fake, goes by one, and Gary to slow that one up for Rowan.
Nice try there for Stockton on the rotation out. And I am curious, you know, I don't know if this ever has an effect in RLCS if people are using cars that are different colors, but Large is orange on the blue side, and I just have to know if someone accidentally passes in the balls.
I have no idea if that would affect the team or not. But for Rowan, putting something together early and keeping the pressure on is a good start. They do have Elko this season. They had Cab last season.
Yeah.
Round out the roster. See how Elko does here with Rowan. Stockton trying to find something as a shot comes through from Dark. Follow up there from Large. He puts it away, and we got ourselves a tie game.
Great effort here from Large, too, just to follow up on his teammates. The 50 from Gino going into the shot forces the defense to scramble, and then Large just comes through right when there's an opportunity to equalize. That kind of makes up from the earlier mistakes we saw going into this game, and now it looks like Stockton are here to play.
And that's really maybe the second time Stockton is able to put something together.
Ooh, dangerous. Nice. Good job. Gary to come back.
The clear comes out from Large, so Stockton gets some breathing room here. A demo comes out from Gary. Gino's forced to go. Here's Dark. And now Gary. Met by Large. Teams going back and forth here. Trying to get some eyes on the defense. See what's bending and what's breaking. And especially for the Stockton side. Here's Gary throwing it downfield again. Large. Tried to get that one over to Gino. Elko getting in the way. Dark trying to pop it up, and Stockton doing better now on defense, just breaking out from their own end, or at least stopping Rowan from putting anything together.
Always like that idea from UC there to try and take that air dribble out of their own half. It's a very effective tool on defense, and this is a good pass out from Dark. Gino there to meet it. Large, thinking about pressing, but just ended up leaving it. And a good bit of pressure here for Stockton. It kind of boxed him in, and finally, UC able to beat a man.
It gets by two. A mind game and past the last defender, but not on target. And cleared away. Dark actually didn't get a clear as Rowan now trying to find a way back onto offense. It's Large dropping it over. Gino's up, and also Dark goes too from Stockton on the attack, and it breaks down. Now Rowan back the other way. Large tries to carry that one to the sidewall. Here's Dark over to Gino. The clear does come through, but Rowan right there to eat it up, doing a great job of not letting Stockton break out from the midfield. Gary passed one, and a big clear from Dark.
One thing I'm noticing just about how Rowan are moving up and down the field, they're trying to keep the ball fairly close to them, not forcing a change of possession or just trying to get extra 50-50s in. And it might be proven disastrous if they keep doing it in front of their goal line.
And again, Ducey with that long air dribble out of his own half, but still, the long clears from Stockton, just forcing them to throw it right back into him in the midfield, and Gino really trying to stretch the offense there. Great cover up from Dark in the midfield, but Stockton, while holding a fair bit of pressure, struggling to really generate a good chance. And Elko slips one by the defense, and that is going to put them with a late lead.
And look at this one right here, right? The first touch, and he gets it so that he can immediately follow it up. Large is beat heavily on the play. He's just trying to recover from the defensive mistake, and it allows Rowan to get just the slight opening that they need. Net seemingly wide open, they take the lead.
And the go-ahead goal works out for Rowan as Stockton now a minute left to make something happen. Gino, a lot of long clears coming out from Stockton that are just going right into the hands of Rowan. This one skips off the ceiling. Elko there to meet it. Second touch, shot on target, turned away by Large. Stockton barely hanging on. Gary plays this one across. Busey very smartly lets that one go. Not to force anything. Rowan do have the lead and time ticking down.
Oh, and the double boost steal too. Not a lot to work with here.
Dark, Gino over to Large, back to Gino. Shot didn't come through. Rowan sent two on the defense, but we're able to make the block. 20 seconds left now for Stockton. They're on the attack. Large with the bump. Gino coming through, high fly. No! Saved away by Busey.
So close, but they're not done. Final 10 going to tick down.
And Rowan, maybe one more for the road. Shot is far and wide. Gino with no boost trying to make something happen. Here comes Gary again.
He's got Large.
Last ditch effort for Large downfield, and he can't get there. Dark, no boost, just trying to keep it up. Gino's there off the back wall, and Large is there, but not on target. Dark to keep it alive. Large, one more hit, goes in for Large! A tie game!
How in the world did this work out? Gino able to win it. Large just trying to keep it away from the defense, and the great recovery as well to get the give back from Dark. That's a fun one.
Well, I guess it's the reciprocity decal.
Yeah, man.
From Large. And a clutch goal. Stockton, who's been playing on the back foot for his entire first game, tied up with 0 seconds and now on the attack in overtime.
And this is something that you got to watch out for if you're Rowan, because right now, Stockton, with scoring that 0-second goal, they have all the momentum. They're getting these aerial pass plays, and they're just beating you to the ball. You have to take control of this game. There's Dark with the shot, and that's going to be it. Stockton are going to take game one with that play.
What a play. Large into the space. Gary can't get a piece, and he called off Busey as well, and Elko kind of got locked in the goal because of how Busey rotated back into the net, had to make sure he didn't get bumped, so no one able to challenge, and Dark puts him down.
They were both right there, too, and Stockton steal away game one. Rowan had the first goal of the game, and then they went ahead.
The lead with a minute.
In the lead with a minute. Stockton hung in there, and that was a long 0 seconds for Stockton.
Yeah.
That's a fun one, baby.
And what a way to win game one.
We
How many
talked about
shots?
it too. Like their mechanics going into it. I mean, Dark and Gino just completely beating everyone to the ball, leaving the net almost open just enough for Large to step up, and he steps up at the right time to give his team the lead. I mean,
11 shots for Rowan, or 11 saves, sorry, for Rowan, excuse me. And then 13 shots for Stockton. So 1 unaccounted for, but 3 able to find their way into the back.
Yeah.
And Stockton just, I mean, I gotta say you're wrong, Corelli. You said they were on the back foot, and I'm gonna say you're wrong. I felt like they held a lot of pressure.
I don't know. I kind of disagree a little bit. It felt like, and here's why. Here's why I'm saying that. It felt like Stockton, or excuse me, Stockton was kind of throwing the ball away downfield, and Rowan was constantly there to put it back into their own end. There wasn't a lot of buildup to the attack from Stockton. It was just kind of mishaps coming out from Rowan. So that's why I only say that. It doesn't feel like Stockton had control of the game.
it didn't seem like that either until it came down to the final minute of the game. They had offensive possession, and then they were able to just completely have this burst of constant beating to the ball. We'll see if they can keep that up, though. We have game number 2 underway.
Rowan coming off a heartbreaker. Stockton walking away with smiles. Here's Gary trying to put something together. It comes down, and Rowan in the end get the goal.
What a block here on the wall. I mean, this is a great takeaway from Gary, but it's this touch where they just try and pinch it, and it just talk about being in the right place at the right time. That literally just fell onto his nose.
And that's where you got to communicate to the teammates too, because that just, you have a lot of time there to at least have someone say, "I got it." And they just run right into each other. They both thought they had it. No one has it. And Rowan, they had the first goal.
And again, early goals as well for Rowan. And another one, Elko trying to push Dark off. That's a great bump. It's off the corner. Missed the bump on Gino, and he'll get the clear. Stockton out of their own half.
Large trying to go over the defense. Ran out of space. And here comes Gary. He's had a couple great individual plays throughout the couple seasons that we've seen him. Large, that one's going to go wide. Elko there to follow up. Gino just played across. Gary to play it away. Large is the last man back. Free ball. Able to get there, but a big clear now coming out from Rowan.
I wasn't a fan of how Busey handled that ball out of his own half, but fortunately they gave it right
go.
back, and we got a headlock. It's 2-on-2.
First series of CRL, and
Who do you guys take in the 2-on-2?
so who is it? It's Dark and
So it's Dark and Large versus Gary and Elko.
I don't know. I think I give it to Dark and Large. I don't know. This is close. This is a close 2v2. Maybe not. Maybe
I'll
I
give it to Dark at large. I mean, look at Dark. He has all this control into the air. He's playing it past his teammates. He's stealing boosts. I think he just turned on his 2v2 mode. He has to be careful, though, because if he leaves Large by itself, that 2v1 is not going to go their way.
Yeah, 2v2 is the type of game where you must take risks to be successful, and it's a game of risk management. How aggressive are you willing to be versus how much defensive positioning are you willing to give up? And they trip it on his nose.
Oh, and he makes the save!
He made the save! Oh, dear. All right, so literally everyone in chat is going to be irate with Stockton for getting away with what is honorable
they're gonna
battle
score!
and the save. That's Rocket League justice right there. Gary pulling that one out of the net.
Stockton still putting on the pressure after Gino Cop making the save. Dark, that shot just wide. Gary pops it up, looking for one more from Stockton, but it's weak from Large. And Rowan gets a chance to breathe. This ball back into the Stockton corner. It's all Gino here. Plays it over. He's got Dark. Dark can't get there fast enough, so it's up to Large. Lots of boost. A second touch. Can't get it off the back wall, and a demo comes out. Actually, a couple demos come out. And back across the Stockton side. Here's Gino. He's got Dark again. Can Dark knock it down? Doesn't make contact. Rowan was nowhere to be found on that ball.
Ooh, that's actually doable, especially with that touch from Busey. Great catch.
Gino still getting again, but he could pay for it as everyone went from Rowan there. Dark declared away with no boost. Large finds Gino. A favorable hop for him with full boost, trying to find past Gary. A dangerous ball is Dark. Can't make contact, a second chance. He's got Gino the pass back. Gino's got to get over it. Shot just into the top left corner, and Stockton tie it up.
Such a smart play, too, for Dark. This is a high touch. He knows that they're coming off the back wall to defend it, and he gets there first. He gives it to his teammate. Wide open shot for Gino. He puts the top corner to give Stockton the equalizer in game 2.
And a minute and 33 seconds left. Stockton get back in it. Gary. No boost, just trying to muscle his way by.
Beautiful.
He gets through the defense. So smart from Gary.
Beautiful command here off the catch. Dark wants the boost, can't get the read. A little hitch in the step on the way, throws Large off the ball, and Elko, a brilliant follow through. That's a great comeback off the kickoff.
And you got to look at just that small little hop that he makes, because that off-speed ball that they're not expecting will be the one that causes the goal.
So Large trying to make things happen. Great take there. He scoops it away, and Dark, can he get the touch? He can, but it's saved on the goal line. It goes in for Gino. We got another tie game.
So close. Gary just not able to get that one all the way out of the frame. Dark, great timing. Good effort, but Gino, you can always depend on him to be in the right place in the right time to finish the job there. And a good effort from Rowan, but unfortunately not able to find that strong touch to the safety of the corner.
Here's Elko. Gets punched away by Large, but his job did get finished into the Stockton corner. Here's Gary, another touch for Rowan, keeping the pressure on, just no shots coming. This one's going to be wide. Now Gino plays this one down the line. Very slow and methodical attack here for Stockton. They have looked a lot more organized as this one was dangerously low. No one from Rowan went until the last second. Now Large, 40 boost to work with. Tries to go up and over Gary. It's off the crossbar, down on the goal line. The save on the goal line from Busey. And Rowan turned that one away, and they get out.
Wow, and a great transition too, but it's coming right back, and it's high. That's dangerous.
No boost for Dark. Trying to bend backwards on it. Here's Gino on the dribble. Great cut to the midfield. Gives it over the Dark. Shot is wide. 10 seconds left now. Time ticking down in a tie game. Here's Large. Stockton has been knocking on the door. Rowan trying to stay afloat here. Gary. And he's just going to knock that one down at overtime in game 2.
And I want to see more coming out from Dark here, especially in the overtime. We're seeing Large step up tremendously on the offensive end. He's been keeping the team in the game, but Dark's been missing a couple of shot chances based on the passes he's getting in midfield. If he makes contact with that ball, it could prove to be a dangerous offensive opportunity for Stockton.
So Rowan on the attack first in the first 20 seconds. Here's Elko, great first touch to get by the first defender. Dark goes. Large there to help him out, but Rowan still keep it in. The bump on Gino slows him up just enough. Dark to clear it away.
Gary has been a nightmare along that back wall of Stockton. He's putting a lot of pressure on them to try and get that ball out of the corner. Now he has a chance to end the game, and it's in the lower left-hand side, and Rowan are going to tie the series up.
And that shot was nasty. You see the pass in air. Everyone's expecting something to go off the wall, and Gary, beautiful shot placement right through the defense. What way to tie up the series.
I mean, like you said, Daz, Stockton had a lot of the spots in that net covered. And he just very simply put it away from the defenders, right? Kind of in the middle of the goal there.
The game is easy.
And
just don't put it at the defenders.
Yeah. How hard can it be?
How hard could it be?
And so for Rowan, they get one back here after, I think they definitely had a talk after that first game. It was like, you know what, we're better. We could have won that game, and they come out and win game 2, so I think it's good for them.
700-point game for Gary, too.
And it shows. I mean, we saw what he was doing. He, like you said, he was kind of a menace for the Stockton side. So, Daz, I'll ask you, how does Stockton slow down a guy like Gary?
maybe it's not necessarily slowing it down. Maybe it's just beating him out, because if you see Gary, he has a lot of time to work with. So he was able to place that shot perfectly because he didn't have anyone to necessarily block him or get in the way. Everyone's sitting on the back wall. If they take away some of the time he has in the air, or if they just rush out and challenge him, they could probably force a mistake. I mean, he's popping off right now, but it's just one person on the team. So if everyone can step up and shut him out, then it might lead to a better game for Stockton.
And if there's one thing I do like about how Stockton has played the game, is they've had a lot of free balls come their way, and towards the end of that game, I feel like they started to take a lot more use out of that time. Like you said, Dark struggling to put some of the chances away, but I'm liking the more ball control focused approach out of the midfield when they've got the time, and I think that's definitely something Stockton has utilized better than Rowan in terms of ball control and taking care of possession.
And let's not forget how strong of a weapon Dark is. We saw him at the end of last season. He had a lot of amazing dribbles that just threw off defense. And how about this? A kickoff goal for Gino Kopp and Stockton on the board in the first 2 seconds.
Well, I said they had to come out fast. I didn't expect it to be that fast. A great chief from Gino, and it gets right over the defense.
That's the dead race.
What can you say?
The kickoff favors the person it rolls towards, and it favors Gino Kopp.
So a kickoff goal for Stockton. A nice way to start off Game 3 in a tie series. Rowan now have some work to do. Gary opts not to go because Elko's there. Elko trying to get a second touch as well, and now Gary, the last man back, has to slow it down, but it goes straight towards his net. The demo comes through, and the save on the post, and Rowan turns it away for Stockton.
I thought Gino Kopp had that one. And they get punished. Oh my goodness, you're kidding. Again, that back wall is just a disaster area.
Oh, that's tough for Large there, that backflip. He didn't get any control, and Gary just comes through and hits a second touch. Elko there to tap it in.
And he had control. He had no one in front of him. Large pushes the ball away from him, and Gary says, I'll 1-2 pass to my teammate. It works out.
Here comes Gary again. He's got boost to work with. He's over Gino. Can Gary do it himself to the left side? Turned away by Large. Elko misses the touch, so it's up to Gary. For Rowan, it comes over to Gino Kopp, and he puts it on the crossbar. A missed opportunity for Stockton.
You usually would trust Gino Kopp with just about any shot opportunity, and a tough break for him there, as well as Large just trying to make sure that they don't give away possession for free. And a great punt from Dark all the way back, and actually almost in, and Dark not able to get the recovery effort.
Elko letting that one hang a little bit too long. Here's Gino looking for that right corner. Comes off the back wall. Follow up from Dark. Puts it away in the face of Gary. And now Rowan. Can't get a hold of the ball as Stockton trying to find a way out. This ball crossed over to Elko. Puts on target, but it's quick. The follow-ups there. And Rowan, the go-ahead goal.
Look at just how this ends up going, right? You see the pass in midfield. A lot of space to work with, puts one on, forces Gino to have to make a touch. He doesn't get a strong clear on the ball, and Busse's there. We talked about the fun fact of him being carried, but he's doing pretty good this game.
He is doing pretty good. He's got, what, 1, 2, 3. He's been part of 3 goals so far in the series overall. And that clear ending up being so difficult for Gino Kopp because of the placement. It's that near post, just slow enough so that Gino doesn't have the time to really build up the speed and go cleanly across the net. Kind of had to slow down, and Gary missed a basically wide open shot, and they won't get a chance to put it away as Large will take it away off the backboard.
All is fair now. Stockton, they missed a big one, and now Gary missing one, so it all makes up for it in the end as this ball pushed into the Stockton box. Here's Dark. Stockton looking to break out. This ball into the Rowan corner. Gary, he's been tricky on the ball. Gino, follow this one up. Does find the back wall, but instantly put away by Elko on getting the second touch there as well. And a lot of floating balls to the midfield right now. Teams not wanting to necessarily put something together through the midfield, but rather just skip it.
Ooh, big miss. And Gino, unfortunately, I just don't think he had the boost to really feel comfortable to continue to go for that.
Large clears this one away. Straight back to Elko. Great pass.
Great
and
fake.
A mind game. It's just Gino. Can Gary get over? He bumps it up and bumps Gino out of the way.
What a bump there by Gary, I believe. I mean, you see the dribble first off with the fake, and then Gary, I mean, he'll take credit for the goal, but I mean, he's the reason why it goes in. I mean, he removes Gino, and I can't believe it. Rowan are just showing up here offensively.
And again, everybody who voted for Rowan, you look like geniuses.
Rowan doing a great job of keeping that pressure on. Stockton have really struggled in this game in particular to break out from their own end without just these long clears. It feels like if it's not that, Stockton can't break out. Here's Gary just keeping that pressure on, taking away those back boosts. Here's Dark up and over one. Gary instantly on top of it. Large has to slow him up. Stockton feeling the pressure now. This ball carried across.
Ooh, flew off
hit
Gary.
backwards. It's an open net for Dark. Oh, actually, Elko gets back, so a good play there from Dark to put off the back wall. It was most likely going to be blocked by Elko if he put it on target.
It's a big miscomm as well from Rowan there, because it had Gary just expecting that to be his ball, having his teammate take it away. Thankfully, they were able to recover, because, I mean, Dark's only option was to clear it. Now they get 3 caught forward, and they are indeed punished. The boomer of a clear ends up being in the right-hand side.
Yeah, it is a boomer, too. I mean, you look at it, hit to the side. They're looking for a pass play, thinking that they can out-mind game, but all it takes is for Stockton to rush that ball. Great cut there from Dark. He has an open net.
And Rowan just committing too many resources downfield, and finally Stockton do get one of those long clears to go in. Rowan bit a little bit too hard on the offense. This ball played over to Elko. Elko on target, and a hard shot cleared away by Large, and another cross comes through. Rowan still putting on this pressure. Definitely feel like the quicker team right now, as opposed to Stockton. I've really struggled to keep possession past their defensive third. Dark getting bumped into this cross as Gary goes up for it.
I would have loved to see Large dribble that ball. I mean, it's just handing it away kind of really at the most important time of the game where you need possession.
Rowan finds himself on defense here. A backflip from Dark, and Large also opted not to go because he thought Dark was going to jump after it. And time ticking away. Stockton do just need 1 goal. They got to break out from their own end. Their boost is being taken away. Busey takes that one away from Dark. It is the last chance. They do it one more time. Stockton down the field. Here's Dark trying to follow it up, but it's Gary.
Gino's got to track that.
The long clear all the way to the Stockton corner, and Rowan now a 2-1 lead in the series.
And the Chief said it earlier too, where towards the end of the game, it looked like Stockton were just booming the ball away. If you paid attention, especially to Gary, every time they had possession, they were able to do something with it to either force a 50 or to just play it around Stockton. They were being as creative as even faking them in the midfield. I mean, one obviously led to a mistake that got scored on in the open net chance, but this is a confident team, and they're definitely showing it. I mean, I'm very interested to see if Stockton can strike back, because, I mean, this Rowan team, there's so much good talent here, especially with Gary, and he's showing it.
I think the most interesting thing about this series so far is the speed at which Rowan's playing. It's forcing Stockton to play faster. That's why we start seeing those mind games coming out, and you're seeing these long booming clears as well, because Stockton feels like they don't have the time to take it on dribble. You said, I would love to see Large take that on a dribble through the midfield, but I think he feels rushed because he always knows he hears the footsteps of Rowan coming.
Which is weird, because I felt like at the start of the series, like games 1 and part of game 2, I mean, I felt like Stockton was definitely quick to the ball, and at least if they were meeting on even footing, I felt like Stockton wins the straight-up challenge game, you know, player to player. But, I mean, in terms of controlling the pitch, it definitely started to go Rowan's way at the end of there with all the boost control and just the pressure of you need to score, you need to make something happen. And, you know, Stockton just didn't keep it together right there at the end. They couldn't drive back down the other way. And Rowan kept the pressure up from pretty much the 2-minute mark on.
So a last life here for Stockton. Down 2-1 in the series. See if they can make a comeback. They may be reminiscent of their first game. Some 0-second time. They need that sort of magic here. But look at the passing play. Comes straight down to Gary. And unfortunately, Rowan can't capitalize. And it was shot.
Oh, my goodness.
And the clear away. Rowan, an open net.
Man. I thought for sure that was going to find its way into, especially because it slipped by that third man. Stockton trying to get up there, and Dart catches a pass right next to the goal line as well. And so for one, Stockton on the board first after that 2-second kickoff goal in the last game.
Punished from Stockton here. Or I guess Rowan has been punished for missing that open net, and Stockton there to put it away. But Gino Kopp trying to add to this lead. Now he's got Dark in the box. Pass across. Dark is there. This one dangerous coming off the back wall. Large gets bumped out of the way. But a follow-up from Gino. A big save. Dark once more. Gino pushes it away. And Rowan, brick wall on the goal line.
Those were close chances, too, from both teams. Large had a great shot chance, but the reaction from Rowan to bump them in mid-air, forcing Gino to come to take a low shot was, I mean, these are like split-second decisions being made right at the goal line.
Stockton have picked up the pace here.
Oh, nice try.
Tough shot there for Dark. Wasn't able to pull it off. Large over to Gino. Still dangerous if Dark can make something happen here. Looking for that back wall, trying to follow it up, but only 20 boost. Can't do so. And Gino gets the demo for the man downfield on Rowan. Stockton have found some more possession in the final third here in this game so far. We're only a minute and a half in. Now it's Rowan's turn. What can they put together? Here's Elko from midfield. There was theirs. Stockton easily reading these plays from Rowan.
Oh, wanting help and nobody there. A break for Rowan. It was looking pretty good to start building up that pressure that we were talking about at the end of last game, but Elko has to make it clear, and now Stockton actually give the ball up. Let Rowan long clear it down the other way. Nobody in the midfield ready for that.
Shot comes through for Gary. Cleared away by Stockton, and now onto the attack. Large gets the demo, but unfortunately not able to follow it up. Here comes Elko, only 12 boosts to work with. Does get by one, bounce off the back wall, easily cleared away by Gino. And halfway through the game, Rowan still looking for their first goal. And 3 demos, 2 on Rowan players and 1 on the Stockton side. That midfield getting opened up by all those demolitions. Let Stockton come through, and Gino trying to make something happen in the box. Shot comes through. 2 go from Rowan on the save, but they do make it. And Rowan again at the defense, standing
nice
tall.
Elko needing to make that touch there in the midfield because both of his teammates needed time to grab boost. It ends up with a couple of passes off the wall, and Elko won the challenge in the middle of the box, and they tie the game.
Look at the speed, though, from Gary and Boosie to set that up, right? They get past both defenders. Large is on his way back in the rotation. He says, I have control of this. Oh, wait, I have to make a challenge. Elko's right there in front of me. Can't make the challenge. And now we have the game back tied up. An impressive offensive feat here for Rowan in this game.
So a tied up game, just under 2 minutes left. Here's Gary. Does pinch across from Rowan, looking for that late go-ahead goal and to take the series. They would love to not have to go to a game 5. And Busey take this one up. Couldn't get the double tap off the back wall, so looked for a demo, but nobody was that far deep in net for Stockton. Large boost to work with, beats 2. Great control here on the Rowan defense to pick that one up. Still Gino, he's been going up that back wall so often on the Rowan side. Large now, 40 boost. What can he do with it? Looking for the flip. He does get it and puts it on target, but pushed away, excuse me, by Elko. No boost here for Busey as he goes over 1. Now Elko. Didn't really get a hold of that ball. Had to rely on his teammates to make the save. And the clear here as Stockton breathing down the neck of Rowan, and a big misplay lets Dark come through for the go-ahead goal with 49 seconds.
Honestly, like looking at Gary, just he wants to get a touch there, and you don't go backwards. You got to communicate that with your teammates, and it wasn't there, and they left the net wide open.
Oof. What can you say? Coming off, going backwards, it feels like, of course, Gary shouldn't be going for that, but maybe the call out came through, or just
A struggle, but here's an air dribble from Gary, and it comes down to Busey to tie it up. Redeemed for Gary.
Well, they get it right back. Nice air dribble from Gary, just trying to take care of possession. Gets it through one, and it's just enough. Busey with a perfect placement. That's towards the middle of the net. Probably gets saved, so shot placement critical there, and they'll tie it up late, and they get it right back. And so Stockton, I'm curious to see if that possession game comes into favor for them like it did not at the end of the last game.
Less than 30 seconds left to go. Got ourselves a tie game, and again, Stockton on their last life here, best of 5. Rowan looking to close it out here. They might get one more shot. The bump does come through. Dark still makes contact. Here's Elko. Get one more. Did not, and Dark will let that one go to large. Dangerous ball coming off the back wall here. Everyone goes from Stockton. They knew how dangerous that ball was, and overtime as it drops in game 4.
And if you're the last man on Rowan, you saw the touch, you have to kill that ball regardless because you don't want to risk anything.
Oh boy.
You see Dark on the dribble here. He's trying to get it over one, but it will be knocked away. And we might start seeing a little bit more card control come out from both of these teams as the possession game is starting to get tighter.
And the demo in the net as well. Large just trying to hold on to the ball, forced to just slam that one all the way down to the other side. And Stockton just going to have to battle for possession here in that midfield line.
The shot coming through from Gary. It's way too high, but Busey does get the demo, and Elko with no boost. Still dangerous spot, was able to get back to it. A late challenge from Stockton comes through, and Gary, another shot is wide, turned away by Large. Trying to beat that first defender from Busey. Elko turns around. Opportunity for Rowan as they were putting on the pressure, but a bit clear. Now Large, a touch over the last defender. Follow up from Gino, can't connect. And a save from Rowan keeps him alive for now.
Good try, but not enough. Long clear, back the other way, and nice cut down from Elko there. Stealing away that passing lane, delays this counterattack. And Rowan with plenty of time to be ready on the other side.
Here's Dark. No boost, has to give it up. Gino does play it out to Large. A bad pass there, but well read by the Rowan defense. Dark can't connect from the pass. And coming up on 1 minute and 30 seconds in overtime, a shot hit hard by Large, but turned away by Rowan. And another one near post. Rowan doing a good job of staying alive here, but it is a little dicey inside their own box. Here's Gary, does get the block. Large with no boost, not a lot to work with. Boost gets taken away.
You can tell too just how nervous they are in this gameplay. They were so controlling when playing on Manfield 9. Now they just are double committing, booming the ball away from each other, and you can see Stockton slowly creeping up as they recognize that they have to get this situation under their control, because look at the pressure, the shot from Dark, and it goes in.
Banger of a shot from Dark out of the corner. Gary finally not able to win a challenge against a wall, and Large gets through 2. Dark in the right place, and again, shot placement for both these teams. I mean, that's almost unsavable from that close to the net, that high. Unless you've already jumped, I don't think there's any way you pull that out.
And it did feel like Stockton was going to get one there. They had a lot of pressure on the Rowan side, and with 12 shots on the side of Stockton to the, I guess, 11 for Rowan, it was pretty even in the shot department, but it did feel like Stockton spent a lot of time in that final third, and Rowan, a couple times, one of you pointed it out, that the double commits coming out, it just felt like they were very just unorganized, I guess, on defense.
So here's my question. Stockton's the one that broke the headlock in game 1.
Oh my goodness.
Do they deserve to win game 5?
When you put it that way,
I said we refer to Twitch chat on that one. That one's not me.
Yeah, I can't make these are the tough calls.
Because it's like, I understand. It's a competition. You're playing for scholarship awards. I get it. You need it. It's for competitive integrity.
Sure.
But it is also a bout of honor.
Yeah.
And a matter of mutual respect.
And dignity.
And dignity.
So you're saying that by breaking that,
They deserve to lose the series?
They deserve to lose?
Yeah. No, no, I'm
Wow.
just kidding.
That's the hard-hitting analysis. Is why we have you on the couch.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just had to ask. I wanted to know your guys' opinion on it because it was really tearing me up, and I couldn't decide.
This whole time it was eating you. Well, we'll
That's
find
why
out.
I couldn't focus.
Game 5. Stockton stay alive. It's been tough for them. That last game, they did look more and more in control, but I don't know if it was on their part or the disorganization of Rowan's side. Either way, Stockton will be happy to find themselves in Game 5 at this point. This ball dangerous above the Stockton side. Rowan looking for something to happen here as it does come dangerously down. Gino, big miss. Second touch from Gary. Opportunity, can't get over it. One more from Busey off the crossbar. It's not CRO without it. And Gary puts it away finally.
That's not Gino Kopp's fault at all. You said big miss, but he was playing that entire sequence on no boost. And all he needed was for his teammate, as you so astutely pointed out, Des, was to hit the ball into the corner. And maybe they would have survived. I thought Gino did a great job there. He just didn't have the support needed.
As we say, the C in CRL does stand for crossbar, not collegiate. Showing it there. They do get the goal in the end, so Rowan will be happy to walk away in the first minute, up 1. Gino slowing it down. Great touchdown to Dark. Dark gives his life for it. Gino also pays the price, so it's just Large wondering where his army went, and Elko there to slow things down, but great job from Dark to get back into the play. Here's Large as well.
It was a big stretch, too.
Gino off the sidewall, not a bad pass. And a tough one there for Dark, just puts it off the ceiling. This should be Large as he puts it, follow up off the sidewall. Can't get the second touch. Elko had to let it go, and Gino will watch this one go into his corner. As you can see, Gary came across the Stockton side, took away both corner boosts, and then went back to his own. Starving this Stockton team. A big clear from Gary.
Pathing from Gino Kopp. I've been stuck on his corner ever since that zero boost play over on his own side, and his pathing is not good.
Oh,
it actually took him all the way out of position. Took him all the way out of position there. He missed a boost in the corner, didn't take the mini pads. He misses it there in the midfield. It's
the demo. Large demolishes an opponent on his way back, and it throws him up into the air so he can't make a play on the ball. And Rowan get a second goal because of it.
You got to feel bad for Large, too. I mean, imagine, okay, I got a demo, I brought someone out to play, and you have lost all control of your cart.
He gets flipped like a pancake, and for Stockton, unfortunate. You feel like the demo really wasn't that bad of a play. It gets thrown into the air. Now Gary and Rowan find themselves in a 2-0 lead, a comfortable one at that. Dark, a big misser, opportunity for Gary. He will tap that one in on the goal line, and Rowan up 3 goals.
This is some interesting defensive misplays coming out from Stockton as well. I mean, Dark doesn't get contact on the ball. It's a slick pass, though, from Elko to Gary, but the fact that that net is that wide open for them is a problem. Rowan looked like they're going to run away with this one.
Man, I was just teasing when I say you deserve to lose because of the game, the headlock break, man. I didn't actually mean it.
I mean, if you put the headlock with Twitch chat, I mean, they didn't stand a chance.
But they still have plenty of time, actually. And Dark, that's a big win in the midfield. Just needs a little help and just punched out Elko right there for it and gets past Dark. Unfortunate.
Stockton do get back around to it, and Dark gets 2 to go on the Rowan side, but at least end up with the ball to slow up the attack. Here's Large over 1. It's just Gary back, and Dark gets it into the back of the net.
Fantastic play here for Stockton. I mean, you control here from Large, the beat on the defender, and Dark, he wants it, and he shoots, scores for Stockton. They still have some fight left in them.
And that all started off with Gino, too. He got that bump on the midfield, pushed the dude off the ball, and let his teammates take command, and they capitalized on that opportunity. Great execution.
Elko does get a flip there, but for Rowan, still comfortable, up by 2, but plenty of time for Stockton to get back into this. And this one's going to go dangerously close to the net. Gino There to follow it up, and maybe one more touch. He doesn't have the boost to do it. He does flip anyways. Dark eventually bails him out. Here's a large shot. Is on target. Forces Elko to go up on just the reaction. Stockton are putting on the pressure. It's up to Dark here off the back wall. No follow-up as Gino was too far back. He was coming, but with not a lot of boost. It's tough to keep that pressure on. Clear from Dark over to Large. Large getting a hold of it on the flip. All the way across and linking up again with Dark. They're within one.
Open nets for them. Large across. Elko gets beat. Busey is going, wait, what? And Carey says, oh no.
And this is Dark's second goal here, back-to-back from him too. He's been able to finally meet these passes in the midfield. They have 1 minute and 8 seconds remaining. All they got to do is keep hitting their teammate because he's putting it on target.
Dark has got the hot hand, but great passes coming out from Large as well. Again, the defense a little shaky from Stockton. They're missing a lot of balls coming off that back wall.
And Gino got bumped out of the way.
Double commit here. Gino still with it. Large, almost a good pass to keep it going, but Rowan, 40 seconds left to hang on in game 5. Large up for this one downfield. Elko's got to make the play. He does into his own corner. Opportunity here for Stockton. Gino's there off the back wall. Dark can't go. It's too sharp of an angle. He just waits for the play to come back. It's Gary. He's been quiet this game. But Rowan will take it as they are still in the lead here. 17 seconds left coming up.
Pressure.
At the end of game 5, here's Busey. Can he put this one away?
Dear.
And he does for Rowan. A 2-goal lead with 10 seconds left.
And you could see from Stockton how they were trying to make a play work. They were looking for passes downfield. Yeah. But the fact is, they gave up their rotation presence because of it. And all it took was one cut from Rowan, and they have seemingly sealed the deal here. 10 seconds remaining, they're up by 2.
Tough break for Stockton. A phenomenal comeback late in the game, but Gino Kopp dead. Oh! They're not done! I gotta watch this again. Hang on.
Not out of it yet. Stockton get a very late goal here. Large was blocked by Busey, but it goes right back into him. And now it comes down to the kickoff. Do you fake it?
What's the kickoff? You can.
You have 3 seconds.
You can. Gino went to that corner. They did not. Pushed it.
Not bad, though. Not a bad kickoff here for Stockton.
Oh, that's it.
That's unfair.
Oh,
he gets the bounce.
Oh, he's got it.
Gino could do it. He's going to put it away. Oh, my Gino! Stockton does it again.
Oh, baby. I love it. That's 2.
What? Right off the corner, the double tap, and the defense can't make contact, and we're going into an overtime.
Unbelievable from Stockton. You could not have asked for a better bounce coming out of the corner, but you got to move on. You have an overtime to take care of now. Can Rowan fight back, or does Stockton just keep playing the hot hand here?
Oh, that bump.
The fates are on their side, seemingly, throughout this series. Elko pops it up. Gary waiting patiently, but the clear comes out from Dark. You can feel already in this overtime, it's gotten very tense. Both these teams do not want to give up in a game 5 like this. That's been so close. Gino tried to get over Elko. Here's Dark. Can't get by 2. Dangerous ball there from Large. It almost goes in off the crossbar in the post, and Gary to take it away from the midfield.
And it happens because you can see just based on the rotation, there's a lot of triple commits coming into those corner plays for Rowan. They have to spread out a little bit more because they almost got punished for that.
Oh, here comes Large.
Large slows it down on the fake, makes the defense think about it, and Busey there to pick it up. Rowan. Been quiet on the offensive end, but a great first touch here. Busey couldn't get it across. 2 go from Rowan. This is dangerous now. Here comes Gino and Dark. Everyone from Stockton's moving down. Can Dark center this ball? Busey trying to buy time. Elko does get back, and well done from Busey here.
Great command from Rowan to get out of a sticky situation. Actually, Gino lets this one roll. Feels more comfortable playing a different angle. Elko, great recognition on where it's headed, and here comes Rowan.
And the shot comes down, and it goes in off the post. Dark watches it, and Rowan take it away in game 5.
And this one has to hurt. The slow touch off speed, and you can just tell he's stuck off the post. Can't make contact with the ball. That one hurts.
I think because I thought he might have thought that it was just going to bounce off the post and go straight back out. He was just going to push it out that way, and then it just tipped off and went straight in and just, and he insta left the game.
Oh, yeah.
He's,
I mean, I would too.
I would too.
A frustrating way to lose, but
Wow.
in the end, Rowan able to celebrate after 5 games.
You know, I'm just glad it delivered. I said I'm looking forward for match 1, and boy, did I get it. You got all 5 with 4 of them going to overtime. That was fun. 2 0-second goals. That's CRL, baby. That's good stuff.
I'm legitimately a little lost for words. I mean, Daz, take it away, guy.
This is my first day here.
Perfect.
I mean, honestly, we saw a little bit of everything in that series. We saw Stockton have an incredible burst of offense. We saw Rowan come back. I mean, Gary popped off with like great control. Both teams really played hard, but I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, Stockton, they brought it down to the wire. They forced the overtime in 0 seconds, but they just couldn't close it out. But GG's to Rowan. I mean, they earned that win.
Yeah,
absolutely. And for Stockton, I don't think it was really that bad of a game. It felt like they were in it. In the beginning, it was a little rough there against Rowan, but in the end, they fall. Let's see what Twitch chat had to say about this. We asked for the vote before, and 67% goes with Rowan.
No respect for Stockton.
No respect for Stockton. And, well, it comes down to the wire here, I have to say. But in the end,
they broke the headlock.
Yeah. Is that it?
I guess that was it.
I guess that was it. I guess that's the curse.
They won game 1.
They did. Yes, they did. They did win game 1. So it pays off there, but maybe not for the series.
Yes.
So unfortunate.
It all
for
comes
Stockton.
back around.
So, by the way, if you want to tell us about that game or anything about CRL, you can use the hashtag CRL20 on Twitter, and your tweet could end up on stream. We could talk about it. You can tell us anything, honestly, and it could show up on stream. So again, hashtag CRL20. If you use that on Twitter, might end up on stream. So, guys, that was just our first match of the night. We got a lot more matches coming up. You don't want to go anywhere. Stay right here at twitch.tv/Rocket League. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to Collegiate Rocket League. We just saw Rowan take down Stockton in an exciting 5 games, and we have a winner interview coming up with Gary in just a second. Guys, after this match, we had some time to kind of think about it. Give me the breakdown of Rowan here. I felt like they started off hot, but they seemed to kind of simmer away there at the end. Jeeves, we'll start with you.
You know, what I liked about Rowan compared to last season is just the extreme level up. You know, it felt last season they were playing a lot of come from behind. This time it felt very, all right, we're in it all the time. We have a lot more presence in the midfield. We can generate the offensive chances, and we're not having to sit here and play catch-up all the time. So that's what I liked about Rowan.
I enjoyed just, again, how they were able to control and dictate the pace of the game. The only time they were able to, or the only time they lost out and what forced the game 5 to me was when they tried to play fast or when they just kept booming the ball away. When they were in control and when the rotations were working with the team, they were able to set up so many team plays and they were able to just score more in general.
Yeah, an absolutely fantastic 5-game series. Let's talk to Gary and see what he has to say. Gary from Rowan. Gary, how are you, man?
Good. How you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic. First match is in the book here on the stream. You guys were lucky enough to play against Stockton here. Talk to me about that game from game 1 to the end of game 5. What the heck were you guys talking about when Stockton was scoring these goals?
All right, game 1. We were like, it's Stockton. Like, we played them recently. We played them in CSL recently. We 3-0 swept them. We were like, we're confident. We don't care. We give them 1 game. It's fine. Game 2, we won. We're like, we're good. We're still good. Game 3 happened. We were like 2-1. All right, we're finishing this out. And then they came back. And then we got a little quieter. And that's when we started to slip a little bit because the comms were like, is this really about to happen?
Not like this.
And I started yelling at the end because I thought the ball was hitting the ground. And then they scored game 5, 0 seconds on the clock winner. But I mean, the fact when we won, we were all just like, thank the Lord.
Yeah.
that's about the right way.
I think all Rowan fans across the country said that. Yeah.
But, a really exciting game 1 for you guys. But, you know, talk me through your guys' off season and what the improvement has been like for you guys while you were waiting for the spring in between fall and just getting ready for this iteration of CRL.
The off season was just Bussy constantly bugging us about getting on and playing more. So that's pretty much what we did. And we tried to set up a little more scrims. Our schedules are a little conflicted, so we do the best we can, and I honestly think that's what helped.
Yeah.
And you guys had, again, a very good showing here as well against Stockton. Now, where do you guys see yourselves moving forward from here? Is there any teams that you're worried about in your conference?
Ottawa's looking strong, that's for sure. We're always worried about Akron because they are just unstoppable.
That's fair.
UCF getting Demon back, that's obviously a big thing. So, mostly those 3, I would say.
Fair.
Yeah, and fair enough. It does feel like the East has very top-heavy there with a lot of strong teams at the top, so we wish you luck when you guys play against them. But thanks for coming on, Gary. I want to give you the floor before you go. Anything else you want to say?
Go Profs.
There you go.
Easy enough, Gary. Thanks for coming on. We'll see you again.
Thanks, guys.
Nice guy.
You'll learn. He's a nice guy, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was a nice guy.
And everyone we interview, nice guy.
Nice guy. That's about
Are there ever any not nice guys, or are they all just nice?
Well, you got fired. nice guy. He's okay.
He's okay.
No. But, yeah, nice guy from Gary. Always great to talk to the players. We love talking to them. They're always on here on CRL. So let's get into our next matchup because, believe it or not, we have more than just one match today. We have 4 more to go. And we are at number 2, Nova, taking the pitch again, going up against UGA here in Georgia. Same records here. Initial reactions looking at the stats.
I am surprised that Nova's goals per game is as low as it is, considering what we saw out of him last season, especially with players as good as they have over there. I kind of expect Nova's offense to be up there. They're kind of that team that surprised us all last season in the fall when we're like, man, Nova, new kids on the block, I don't really know, and then bam, they made the finals. So I kind of put Nova towards the top. So to see him in this, 2 goals for and especially 2 goals against kind of surprises me.
And on the other hand, I can say the same for Georgia, but from a different angle. They're a newer team coming into this league, and you wouldn't expect them to be doing so well so early on. The fact that these two teams are ranking apart, I'm interested to see how they face head-to-head.
And we have seen Nova with a couple iterations of their roster. We saw Busso come in late into that team and then replacing Jake. I believe they will be playing with Jake today in that iteration of the team, which was also, I mean, both sides were pretty good from what I can remember. So for Nova, they have a lot of weapons on that team. We don't only just have stats and records here, we also have interesting facts about the players as well.
Yes.
Some random facts from the players, and I'm interested to see what those are when they come up because I don't know them.
We also learned, like, from our last random fact, Gary just told us how to pronounce it. It's Bussy. So now we know. We no longer get the excuse of saying Gary Busey, and I'm curious what we learned here from Nova.
And here is Nova's, and this is actually a great fact. They're the only community college in CRL National Championship, and I think that says something because there are some big teams or big schools in CRL, and a community college coming out from Nova and having a team like they have, finding 3 great players, I think is actually pretty cool for Nova. So good for them. That's actually a really cool thing to hang your hat on there. But it's not just Nova. We have the other side of Georgia and their random fact. Southpaw owns 9 cats.
I don't believe that.
And we don't know these facts, by the way, so we have no idea.
I don't believe that.
Does he have one named Southpaw? Is he named after a cat? That seems like a cat.
Southpaw? I'd probably name a cat Southpaw.
Do you have any cats, Chiefs?
No, I want one.
Dad, do you have a cat?
No, I'm allergic.
I mean, me too, but that's okay.
It's the type of allergic where, you rub your eyes and they get
the
itchy.
death allergic. Got it.
Not that type of allergic. Like, I can pet cats. I just don't touch my face after.
Right. That's a good move.
Yeah.
That's a good move.
I have a cat, so I'm with you, Southpaw. I only have one, though. I can't really afford 9. But I'm glad you can, and we're going on.
Nailed it. Great transition.
We're going to game number 1.
Fantastic.
On DFH Stadium. And I want to get your guys' thoughts here on these matchups. I'll start with you, Daz. Who do you have and why?
I got to go with Nova here just because of the names of the players, right? You have Dream Feeling, who's been around the community for a little while. You have Jake, who, I mean, he's been known for his mechanics across the scene. And then you have Titanium, who is just an excellent player who has, I mean, great car control. Yeah. I don't really see them losing this particular matchup, so I have to go with them.
Yeah, I think very similar to the reason I picked Stockton last season. Pedigree speaks for itself. Granted, Stockton had a bit more to show for it. I expected more out of them, but Nova can definitely walk the walk. So you got to take players like Dream Feeling Jake and Titanium.
Well, you heard the analysts here. Let's see what Twitch chat has to say about. In a second, we will hear what you guys have to say. We have to kind of like figure that out. We got the mice in
fire
the back.
up the fingers. Now's the time. Sit here.
The Twitter fingers.
Because if you don't vote first, then your vote doesn't count.
Yeah, you're like that guy who comments first, on everything. So we'll wait. I'll give my thoughts on this one. I feel like I agree with both your points that I feel like I have to go with Nova only because we haven't seen UGA too much here on CRL. I do think that Nova's squad, all 3 players contribute really well. I like that you brought up Titanium Fire. I feel like he's a player that can kind of do it all. So I'm excited to see them back. But you never know. Sometimes after a really good season and maybe unexpected season, they don't come out as hot here in the next league play. So Twitch chat, what do you guys think? ! Go Nova or ! Go UGA?
Is this going to turn out just like the last one where you guys just know something that we don't? Because for real, like Nova's good.
Am I getting trolled?
I don't know. To be fair, I mean, there's not much to say about Georgia when you walk into CRL fresh.
Sure, yeah. When you come into CRL fresh, I feel like it's hard to just gain respect unless you're like Ottawa with Illusion.
But you made a great point. I mean, you made a great point. They are only 1 ranking apart from them. They're not that far apart.
Well, they're both 2 and 2.
Sure.
Yeah.
Which speaks to Nova's lost 2 games already.
Right. That is fair. And then UGA, on the other hand, like they're playing close with the stats as well as winning 2 games. So
you swayed them. You swayed them.
Excellent.
You've got Twitch chat around your
I've
finger
caused
right now.
enough self-doubt.
Yeah, you've really made them think about it. Now they're like, oh, maybe that Chiefs guy's right. And they go back the other way. Look at it, it's coming back to Nova at 45%. If I had to put my finger on it, like I said, I think I'm going to go with Nova. It's just tough to vote against them, a top 4 team from last season. I mean, look, they're not Akron. I don't think they would say that they're Akron either. But at the same time, top 4 team, you got to give them a little bit respect coming into the season.
The Bulldogs got to walk in and be like, no, this is our game.
Yeah.
It's Nova's game to lose, essentially. Everyone who knows the teams up and down is going to be like, yes, Nova. Because based off top 4, how great they looked last season, Dream Feeling, Jake, Titanium. I mean, it's a sound roster. And it's on Georgia to come in here and rock the boat a little bit.
Well, if you guys want to get in on the conversation, use hashtag CRL20. Tell me what you think or who's going to win. You can vote in Twitch chat and you can tweet it online, and maybe we'll talk about it. So we're getting ready for game number 1, and I do think Nova, being a top 4 team, might actually be a little overhyped as well. It might be like one of those things where it's like, hey, you know what? We did really well in our first league play. Let's just walk in and do it again, so we'll get things kicked off.
You're
here.
worried about the complacency.
Complacency, that's the word.
Well, we'll see how game 2 shakes out. And Nova already battling out of their own half, and Jake going to take command. Actually, a lot of space to work with. A great demo on the backfield. Titanium almost able to find 2, and Dream Feeling camped up. So already Nova forcing Georgia to cover some gaps in the rotation. And not the greatest clear. Great cut down from Dream Feeling to open up a hole, and a nice save from Southpaw.
That shot was going top corner as well. Southpaw had to get up very quickly. Not a lot of room to work with there, but look, already Nova applying some good offensive pressure.
And Jake, big pressure there. Like you said, Daz, really pushing out of the midfield here. Trying to take good care of those corner boosts as well. Some space to work with for Dream Feeling, but these rotations are coming in real tight, and finally the midfield boost isn't up. They don't have the space to turn around, so the Bulldogs weather the storm. Southpaw with a flip reset, and it takes one time back the other way.
What a flip reset from Southpaw. Their first offensive try here for Georgia, and what a way to do it. Titanium had no faith in the flip reset, and Georgia march down the field their first time, and they get themselves a goal.
That is an eye-opener as well. Didn't expect them to come out with that, and Southpaw making a statement in their opener.
Surprised he doesn't have a couple of his cats walking around and making that impossible.
Yeah, every time I play Rocket League, I have cats.
It's everywhere. You can't get it away. So good start for the Bulldogs. And Dream Feeling, nice cut around 1. Not the most helpful hop out of the corner, though. Support from Jake in the corner. Out into the middle. Titanium thinking about it. Goes for the mind game. Gets through 2. Can he get the last one? Slows it down again and punched in. Dream Feeling will drive it home.
What a play here. Look at Titanium taking it slow. Jumps over 1, and Southpaw, he just doesn't have that at all. Dream Feeling comes through to clean up, but props to Titanium Fire on the assist. He makes that play possible.
Be honest, Corelli, did Titanium miss the flick at the end?
He was slicing and dicing, man. He was going around so fast, it's tough to stay with it. And what a play from him, and a great answer as well. 2 great goals. And a little sloppy there at the end, but it does come off the post for Dream Feeling as well. And that's as much as you could ask for with the defender in his face. So tie game.
Hard bounce, cut down by Southpaw. They will not quite catch Titanium too far forward. Deadly. Nice pressure, and almost finding that second tap around. Great recovery from Titanium on that sidewall, and a very favorable bounce, and a great recovery by S'mores.
You could see it faked out Jake a little bit. He thought it was going to come down low, and it goes high, and he goes zipping under the ball there.
Southpaw pressure. Jake gets jammed in the corner, trying to force one through the defense, and Titanium, great car control, so smooth on the clean recovery. Fights for Nova to get out of their own half. Dream Feeling towards the net, and that will get by the defender. 2-1 for Nova.
Look at the space here from Dream Feeling. He does get Goomba'd, but he is able to catch up to that one and still beat out the challenge and put it past the last defender in top corner. Great placement and speed, and he earns that goal for Nova.
And a great go-ahead goal for Nova here. UGA not showing too much offense since the flip reset from Southpaw. Nova kind of has felt like the faster team. A little speed bump from Southpaw early on, but it does feel like Nova feeling more and more comfortable as they get later on in game 1.
Titanium, again, nice challenges when he's facing the wrong way, but Southpaw asking for a little help. S'mores able to slip one down a crack and actually down to, whoa, what a goal for them. S'mores. Southpaw off the side, down the seam to Southpaw again, and back post.
He got all of it. Southpaw, great touch on the ball, and placement on the shot is what gave him that power. And a great shot coming out from him. What an equalizer.
That's his second goal in this game. Already off to a good start for him. And at this point, keep passing him the ball. He's getting a warm hand.
Man.
Oh, but watch out. There's Titanium.
Left and right, back and forth. Nova and UGA going at it, and some fantastic goals on both sides. Look at the shot here from Titanium getting up and over, and the power to the left corner. Tough to save for UGA.
Good stuff. Both of these teams get the offense rolling early. Titanium quick to respond off the face-off. Dream feeling through one. Jake, huge push. Deadly collects that corner boost. S'mores missed that tip forward. Dream feeling gonna think about taking his time here. Down to Titanium. Real aggressive push again. Jake willing to be so aggressive out of that third man roll. You got to wonder if that's going to leave the back door open if he doesn't get a handle on those challenges. If one slips by, it could be dangerous. Popped off the ceiling, Southpaw. Deadly shooter so far for the Bulldogs. Out into the middle. Titanium back the other way, bounced around, Southpaw towards the midfield, cut down by Jake. Out into the middle, Dream feeling towards the net, and Deadly, great job to get up. There's a demo of the goal. Jake needs help. It'll bounce into the middle, and Deadly will recover and smartly take this one slowly out of his own hat.
I can't tell if Jake wanted to put the shot down or it was just a botched pass off the back wall that ended up in a weak shot. But look at the demos and the shot from Jake. A 2-goal lead now for Nova.
Overwhelming pressure coming out from Nova. The pop from Dream feeling, and he immediately leaves and looks for a bump play. He does get a demo, but Jake has all the time in the world because everyone's looking at Dream feeling. They don't see Jake coming from behind. He puts a great shot on. This pressure is something that UGA have not found an answer for, and it might be the reason Nova take game 1 if they keep it up.
Have a lot of problems. The back post, Titanium gets it soft instead of just going as hard as he possibly can with the shot. And it just beats both defenders here. that was so weird, that flip. I think he was trying to get the power on it, but it was kind of off center on his car, so it just bounced off the bottom wheels. He gets a 3-goal lead.
And you really are seeing overwhelming pressure here from Nova. The speed at which they're playing, especially on the UGA's side in the box. It's been tough for Georgia to keep up with it. And a couple of good shots from Georgia have come out, and quite honestly, a couple good goals here, but in the end, you've got to play a little bit better defense here because Nova is clearly making you pay.
Jake to Titanium for one more to the end of the game, but it will not happen. So, game 1 slips away at the end. It was tight. You know, they had a 1-goal difference at a minute 40. And then that final 30 seconds came through and just bang, bang, 2 back-to-back for Nova to put it well out of reach. A good game, you know. You guys are absolutely right. Overwhelming pressure for Nova, unquestionably. But I don't know. I think you got to put a bit of favor towards Georgia. You can understand they come in here. There's definitely some real potential behind this team.
There is. We saw that too with Southpaw. Great goals for both of them. One, the flip reset to open it up, and then the second off of a nice pass. He puts a banger in the net. There's life there. There is offense there. Yep. They have to get downfield first, though, and that's the problem because Nova just completely pressures them, locks them into their own side of the field, and keeps doing that until they're able to find a break in the defense, and then they score off of it. They have to just get out of their own end and then start to work and set up the plays because they are there. It's just they have to deal with the pressure.
I think the question for UGA right now is how do you break up the rhythm that Nova's playing at? Because it does feel like Nova got comfortable, especially after the first 2 goals from UGA. Nova really got in a rhythm in this game. How do you break it up and stop the onslaught of shots, the pressure that's coming out?
So the big thing for me that comes from that, I mentioned it right at the somewhere in the middle of that game. Jake, when he's that third man role, he really is willing to take some very aggressive approaches on challenges out of the midfield. So if you really focus on just making sure that aggressive final push is at least managed in a bit more of a neutral manner, I think you really could find some potential. But to be fair, even at the start of that game, that flip reset that Southpaw scored was just because that Nova was playing so aggressively and so quickly that the boost didn't have enough time to respond for them to keep that pressure up. So, I mean, there's an argument to be made for turtling or taking better challenges, I think.
I agree with that statement, mainly because if they get too aggressive, then they overcommit, and then they have a break in their defense, and you can counterplay them out.
Bounce into the middle. Big miss from Southpaw. Boomer clear from Titanium. Wants to. Actually gets it in. I'm not sure if it would have went in, but I believe Titanium 100%. And either way, forces the own goal.
What a second touch here from Titanium. That is a hard angle to hit because of how close he gets to the wall there. That is a very close angle, and for him to hit it with defenders, UGA close to making the save there, but I don't think they really expected him to hit it.
I mean, who would?
Titanium really can't do it all, man. I mean, we've seen him quite a bit last season pull off some spectacular plays.
Just missing that read for the Bulldogs to get a nice quick equalizer, and Dream Feeling getting right in S'more's face. Titanium going to give ground. Southpaw 1v2 back the other way. Slow play, and Jake, well timed and stolen away from Titanium on the ensuing challenge. Poked towards the net, actually towards S'mores, and they will get it back. Nice recovery to land in time for this ball.
Yeah, great recovery here. Deadly hits his teammate with the pass. He steals the corner boost, and then all he has to do is beat the last defender. Puts a high shot on as well. UGA still finding the team plays amidst all the pressure from Nova, and they tie it up.
And that's a tough thing to handle as well, because you see S'mores go for that corner boost, and you're the guy coming out of the net thinking you've got all the time in the world, and before you know it, he's by you, and he's put the ball towards the net. So Jake towards the Georgia corner. Awkward bounces to deal with, and a well-read ball from Dream Feeling. Deadly in the right place to manage the shot. And kick back towards the Nova half.
Oh, Jake was tracking that ball and he accidentally ran into his own post. Now he's late. The shot comes out and Titanium turns it away.
Jake waiting patiently. Southpaw going to have to give ground. Actually going to take that ball away from S'mores and will indeed have command here in the midfield. S'mores is actually a little too close. Means Titanium takes a shot. Great assist from Deadly to jump over behind his teammate. Dream Feeling will definitely need a little bit of help. Titanium to Jake. Nobody able to make contact, and that means free ball for Deadly into the middle. Contested ball goes for Dream Feeling to Titanium down the gut, and that will be 2-1 lead for Nova.
He's just faster. Titanium read the play faster, was up to the ball faster. It's tough to read, especially a pinch coming off the ceiling, but Titanium's so quick to know where that ball is going to come down and put it over the last defender. It's as simple as that for Nova.
About halfway through, and again, Georgia keeping themselves in it. But you make a great point. When you've got some quick players over on this Nova side, you're thinking about it, and playing catch-up is the last place you want to be. And Dream Feeling looking to add another one and maybe get an assist mark next to his name if he can dig this one out of the corner. It'll be Jake's ball, and then a great steal from Deadly. Floating crossbar down and in, and they will tie it up.
We talked about it earlier with just being too aggressive, and you see Jake do just that. Removes himself from the play. Last man from Nova is pushed too far forward, so all Deadly has to do is push that ball on target, and it's wide open. They tie it up.
Got a little love there from the crossbar coming down and into the net. Sometimes you see those just jump on the goal line. Great way to tie it up.
But can you regain command is the real question. And it will start with Southpaw winning a challenge. Dream Feeling going to keep the attack going for Nova. Drop down into the middle. Great skim off the back of one UGA player. Bounced around and cleared away. Deadly off the spoil. Pressure being applied now by Nova. Backboard bounce. Dream feeling. Cannot make contact, and it's going to be a scramble back for Nova. And a great shot from Southpaw.
And we're starting to see those breakaway plays come in, especially from UGA. Southpaw with the beat after getting beat from Titanium in the last goal. He's able to get that, recover, and punish the over-aggressiveness from Nova. This is UGA's recipe for success.
And you said it, Cheese, in the last game. There are opportunities for UGA to jump on the overcommitting from Nova. They do like to push hard on a lot of these offensive pushes, and you saw there, Southpaw able to pick it out and go downfield, and a lot of space in front of him, and a wide open net as well to put it away.
Oh, and Titanium's in damage control mode, and that bump from Deadly makes it tough, and a great recovery just to stick with that ball and buy a few precious moments for Jake to get ready. Dream feeling, thinking about the challenge, and it actually ends up going his way as it stays on this UGA half. Deadly doesn't get command. S'mores, it's an awkward bounce. Titanium has a chance at it, and great job. Southpaw, again, getting it done on both sides of the ball.
Tough bounce there for Dream feeling. Georgia, possibility here. Steal away game 2 with a great goal there from Southpaw, and time ticking away now for Nova. It does feel like their speed has slowed down quite a bit here in this game.
Nice job from Titanium, but here's that pressure from Nova that's been so successful for them. Dream feeling trying to jump on that clear and leaves Deadly in a one-on-one versus Titanium. Nice command off the wall, actually drops it. Southpaw will turn it in. Jake can't reach, back the other way, and a 2-goal lead for the Bulldogs.
Unfortunate on the defense here as well. Titanium doesn't get a touch, and Jake is in no man's land as he does get a piece of that ball, but it still does go in from Southpaw, and that's a crucial goal here in the final 20 seconds for UGA.
Big 2-goal lead, chance to equalize. And Dream feeling up the side, hope and a prayer here. Great bounce towards the goal, and they give themselves a chance at equalizing, but it is going to be tough. But a great play gets them within 1.
Stockton, is that you? An opportunity here, as I am getting flashbacks to what I saw from Stockton in the last game. Can Nova pull it off here?
What kickoff do you go for? The double corner kickoff, and it kicks in the worst possible way. You're going to have to go the whole distance in the air. Dream feeling to Titanium, trying to stick with it. He needs a good bounce. Jake with the pressure. Dream feeling, thinking about it, reads that Deadly has the ball.
That's all his boost, though.
Towards the goal, maybe a little over-ambitious there, and that means Georgia will knock it down, and they will tie things up.
It's always something to think about. What do you do when you get that late goal where it puts you within 1? And it really just comes down to the kickoff there. Do you fake it? Do you try and force to a corner? Do you try and stall? I think it's really an interesting thing, and unfortunate there for Nova. It did not go. It probably went in the worst spot possible for them.
Straight back with nobody there.
Yeah, and then you have to carry it all the way downfield with everybody trying to challenge you to knock that ball down. There's literally no room for error. You don't want to be in that situation, so having a good kickoff works. It just didn't go in their favor.
And it makes it doubly hard, too, because, I mean, while Titanium might have kept that ball up, you knew that that ball was just going to gather a bunch of speed, and since it transitions from one half to the other so quickly, you, as the people behind Titanium, are flipping, and so just to stay with the play. And that means that once that ball gets poked back the other way, you have to hit the brakes real hard, and that means you're going to have to lose boost just so you can reposition for wherever the next challenge goes. Right. And it's just that transition happening so quickly because it went to such a poor spot makes it that much more difficult. And so, good try from Nova, but unfortunately, UGA sniffed out a couple of the more aggressive attempts that they went for, and they absolutely made them pay. So, Game 3 coming up, and that means that Georgia... I mean, what do you guys think? We've seen 10 minutes now.
I was about
boat
to say,
rocked, yay or nay?
I got to give them a little bit of respect. That was a quality game. They definitely slowed down Nova in Game 2, but can you do that over the series now?
And starting off, again, some early Nova pressure, but a missed touch from both teams means Deadly has to try and regain possession. Towards the goal, Southpaw stretching and floating in front. Jake again just can't quite deflect it all the way, to be fair. This is the weirdest situation you'll ever find yourself in on the goal line.
This is Deadly pushes this one up off the ceiling. Your teammate misses. The ball's on top of Jake's hood. We know from last game that this is not a good spot for him to have the ball, and it's the same result. Unfortunately, he does get a piece of it, but it does still go in. UGA, they get lucky with that one.
Great start, though, for UGA. I want to sing their praises. We talked a lot about Nova because of the strong season they had last season, but this is the 2020 spring season. You got to do well now, and UGA starting off on the right foot in game 3.
Contested ball in the midfield, going to favor Nova for now. Dream Feeling, actually going to be Titanium over to Jake. Dream Feeling was waiting behind him. Double touch off the wall, too slow, and Dream Feeling will turn it in. The pressure gets through for Nova.
Look at Jake, he has so much control here. He sees Southpaw, says he's gonna go high, and then the follow-up is just off from Deadly, so he can't make contact to get the clear. He's waiting for him, and he still can't get a touch. It leaves the net wide open, and Dream Feeling will tie it up for Nova. It's a great play, though, from Jake to set it up.
And Jake has another chance off the kickoff. Drills one towards the middle of the Georgia net. And Dream Feeling real aggressive there. Titanium, the only man back, forced to just kick the ball there and play the delay game so Georgia can't get a free counterattack. And a great job he's done. Actually gave Jake a chance. Dream Feeling really going to press the issue. And oh, what?
Oh, no.
Missed clear means 2-1 for the Nighthawks.
And that might be one of the 9 lives lost there for Southpaw. As Dream
he got bumped.
He got bumped out of the way.
Oh, my goodness.
Because surely, how could he have missed that? It would landed right in his lap. I mean, your reaction achieves is justifiably so, and in the end on the replay shows the bump.
And then it all makes sense.
Unlucky.
Indeed, one of the 9 lives lost. Teammate just punched you in the face.
I was really hoping he didn't catch that.
At least it wasn't one of his cats. It's just one of his lives.
And Deadly now in command out of the midfield to Dream Feeling. Again, straight down off that top corner of the pitch. Taking a couple of weird hops. Jake makes the read, but he can't get above the ball and just ends up airmailing it well above the net. Kicked around, and Deadly, that's an awkward ball to handle. Jake with a floater, Dream Feeling towards the back post, and it's too much. Unfortunately, Nova, the finishing, it struggled a little bit there in the past 15 seconds.
Well, the shot from Jake throws off Dream Feeling because it's so hard to read. You didn't think that your teammate was going to put it up and over from that point, and Nova finding a lot of pressure now. Lots of gaps on the UGA side.
Again, bounces off those corners. This time, S'more is able to get the nose on it. Pop through from Deadly, going to steal away the corner boost. Does not take a favorable bounce, rides the wall, and means Jake gets to clear it. Southpaw figuring out what to do next, trying to steal it away for the quick transition with the Bulldogs. Titanium eats the clear for breakfast and kick down the other way. S'mores not able to get through. Dream Feeling playing far back. Double tap from Southpaw wins the corner boost though, and you'll see if the Bulldogs can get something here. Southpaw harrying the defenders in the goal, and Dream Feeling able to dodge the demo and make the save.
Oh, Southpaw. Oh my goodness, Deadly will get credit for it, but the pressure coming out here from UGA, I mean, you see Southpaw, first off, a great touch to put that on target. Deadly finishes it, but they caught the Nova defense off guard. They've been doing a lot of that. I just feel like Nova, when they push up on that offense, they're really confident in their challenges, but once it gets past them and they're playing defense, they seem to struggle.
Air dribble off the kickoff, pop tie from Titanium. Dream Feeling actually realizing he had a lot of time there, tried to take it all the way to the ground, but maybe got a little tied up with his teammate. Kick downfield, hard bounce off the corner. Jake trying to get this one into the middle. Dream Feeling actually doesn't go for the pass back, tries to go right through the defense. The demo came through in the net, means that they get a second chance at it. Titanium holding on to the ball and just making the defense think about what's about to happen. And as it's often said in chess, the threat is often more dangerous than the actual execution. Jake to the side. Again, Georgia find themselves kind of stuck against the walls in their own half, trying to dig the ball out into a favorable position. Dream Feeling towards the goal. Deadly. Punch down into the middle. Titanium. Pressure applied, and that midfield boost going to be scooped up by Nova. But Jake going to come up empty with the ball, and still though Nova more than content to just keep playing this corner game. They feel confident it's been working for them so far. Is finally almost able to sneak one through the defense. Jake towards the back post and southpaw rotating quickly into the net. Just that's that perfectly paced ball.
Look at this. I mean, you see Deadly going for the clear, but he clears this too hard. He should clear it to the corner, get it to roll out. Jake with the read puts it right behind the defense with enough speed to where no one can even correct to get to it. Nova, well, they'll take it. They had that offensive pressure, like you said. They took their time, and they waited for an opportunity.
Time ticking down now for UGA. Did have a lead in this game, and Southpaw trying to make that so. Nova, a little dicey on defense, and S'mores to tie it up with 30 seconds left.
Just a huge mistake here. Hang on, who's in the goal right there? Okay, so Dream Feeling, that's kind of a mix-up between Dream Feeling and Jake. I have a feeling, yeah, Dream Feeling had no boost, so he didn't feel confident just staying on the goal line. So less a mistake, more a product of the situation, means Georgia get a 30-second equalizer.
Yep, got to move up to cut off the angles. It's better than just sitting in the net, because if they put it back post, you have no chance at it. Cutting off the angle as you approach at least gives you a shot, even with no boost. But in the end, like you said, miscommunication. Now Deadly with a second touch, possibly. Turn away, 10 seconds left.
Popped in the middle. That's a great ball, but nobody there for the Bulldogs. Jake with a long clear. Titanium takes it away. Gives Dream Feeling a chance to get the setup going. Deadly stole it away, and oh!
He had it.
Wow. It was he had him. He absolutely had him, but the ball cutting the grass means that we go to overtime. And up the side wall, Titanium wants a double tap, and he will not have a chance at it. Deadly takes it away. No boost, though, means a free clear. Taken away by Jake. Not able to find the bump on the goal line, and a wise touch from Deadly just to deny a chance for Nova to come out of the midfield and end the game. Jake with a little hitch. Gets through one. Flip reset. Comes to the ground. Bumps S'mores. If he would have got the touch, I think he might have had it. Dream Feeling trying to get the ball into the middle. Two players commit off the backboard, but it is a monster of a clear, so it will not matter. And Titanium will not get a piece of the ball, and Georgia will survive the opening in overtime.
They're not doing too well, though, in terms of controlling this ball. You see them just constantly clearing it left and right, and they're giving away possession, and we're starting to see Nova come through and just hold on to the ball, stay a little close, try to get as much offensive possession as possible. I mean, again, these are very mechanical players, so the more control they have, the better they can create opportunities. If you're someone like UGA, you don't want that to be set up, so you have to kind of beat them at their own game and not give them the ball.
A little bit of an awkward hiccup here in the rotation on defense. Gives Jake a chance to come through. Titanium waiting for his turn. And actually, Jake might have just thrown his team under the bus, but a nice half-flip recovery gets him to stay with the play, gets it over S'mores, and that's a nice play from Jake from jump to hero there.
Yeah, getting out of a tough situation. Certainly didn't mean to push it down into his own corner, but had to stay with it because he had Deadly coming up from behind. So in the end, good from Jake there, and coming up on 2 minutes of overtime. And Nova looking for one here.
Ooh, Dream Feeling towards the near post, takes a good bounce. Deadly cuts the angle off. And S'more is going to be applying pressure. Titanium, a wonderful fake challenge on the wall. Earns ball control, gets a flick through one, and a well-layered defense from the Bulldogs. Forces Dream Feeling to punt off his backboard. Titanium drills a clear down towards the midfield line. Demo in the goal means S'mores just needs to get this ball middle. Titanium will be the first one there. Southpaw recognized he didn't really have a true chance at it. Just the timing and the bounce not favoring him enough. Deadly across the pitch. Southpaw will not get a piece of it. Dream Feeling for S'mores. Solid enough cleared past the midfield line. Looking for Dream Feeling. He's got him top
beautiful.
Left corner, and they go 1-2 and in.
Beautifully done here from Nova. 2 minutes and 38 seconds left in overtime, and a pass across like that and a shot to the upper left corner. Beautifully done. And UGA kind of left watching that play happen. It happened so quickly.
And you know it's got to sting too, because UGA almost took this game home. I mean, it came down to the final second. They put a shot on goal. It didn't go in. Then you have to go into an overtime just to lose to a banger by Dream Feeling. Series isn't over though. We got some more games to play. For UGA, does this hit? Like, how hard does it hit? I guess the question is.
Well,
it's tough.
how hard does it hit is it could have been totally different if Southpaw didn't get bumped by his own teammate. You avoid overtime potentially. And the other thing for how hard it hits is Titanium had 1 assist and 2 saves. Those were his only stats. And he still racked up 425 points.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pitch control for one dude. I mean, an assist is worth, what, 30 points? A save is worth 50 or 75, depending on if it's an epic save or not. So, Titanium has a total of 150 or 180 points in those stats alone, which means he racked up 275, almost 300 plus score with just ball touches, clears, centers, and getting the job done.
I can't count that high, but I agree.
That's some caster math, by the way.
Some
Please,
caster math.
please check my math.
You were doing the calculation. I'm like, yeah, that sounds great, man.
I was listening
Corelli's
to
sitting
it.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, you're right. That sounds good.
No, but you're right. To your point, he was involved in the offense, even if the stats doesn't show it. He was involved in the defense, even if the stats don't show it. And I think that's what you were saying in your initial talk about Nova, and I think that's what I was saying as well, that Titanium can kind of do everything. He's around. He's making plays happen. He's the facilitator for this team. And like you said, I think that shined in that game.
But I liked Georgia's approach that game. I mean, it was a lot of fun to watch. They dealt with a lot of awkward positions and got out of a lot of tight spots. It was really just one mistake that cost them the game, unfortunately, where, one player's trying to make the play, the other trying to make the play, and then the ball just rolls in behind him. But, I feel like Southpaw, Deadly, and S'mores, they've got some real bite to them here.
Yeah, and also, Dream Healing had 9 shots alone
yeah, he did.
in that game. So a lot of missed shots from him coming out. It could have been probably a higher scoring game if he converted a few more of those. But in the end, it was a very close game. I don't think it was horrible for UGA. What do you think about UGA in that game, Daz?
I feel like UGA, they did really well in capitalizing on Nova's mistakes, because Nova made a lot of mistakes on the defensive end. As much as we praise them on offense, their defense wasn't as up to par, and UGA exploited that tremendously. I mean, Jake, with the ball in front of the goal line, that's a scary sight for Nova, because he has not been able to clear it out, and UGA has been able to capitalize and punish on that time and time again. It's up to Nova. If they can clean up their defense, then I feel like this is going to be an easy game for them, but it's easier said than done.
Or a pass, dead lead, well late, and that means Jake gets it off the wall, but he's not going to have any help here from anybody on Nova. So a free ball, actually contested. S'mores coming out of the bottom of the screen. Deadly towards the middle, and it drips right in front. Deadly trying to force it home, and that's exactly what you were talking about, Daz. As soon as that ball just surprisingly winds up just hovering in front of that Nova goal line, it does kind of show a sense of panic from us as this one kicks into the middle, and Titanium reads the bounce perfectly. Out into the middle, Dream Feeling to Titanium. That's a double-edged sword right there. That's a beautiful touch from Dream Feeling and a nice read from Titanium.
Yeah, off the corner, Titanium, quick read and great shot. Defense just barely misses it from UGA, but the counterattack from Nova, their offense is so deadly. Although UGA want to punish them on their own, and they have to be careful not to overcommit, because these counterattacks will be the end of them.
Kickoff. S'mores just kind of accidentally had that one fall away from him. Deadly just crushes one towards that Nova corner. Fortunately, it's kicked right back to the other end of the field, and again, I mean, the play along the walls all series long has absolutely favored Nova. And if you ask me, Georgia needs to get the ball into the middle of the pitch and take the approach from there, because Jake, Dream Feeling, and Titanium, they're going to win everything that's going to bounce off a wall or anything. You've already seen the speed with which they will go for things, and so the center of the pitch is the way to success for Georgia to me.
I do see the speed picking up a little bit here for Nova as well. A lot of time and space to work with. That unfortunately went straight into Deadly, and he almost made a play out of it, but for Nova, taking advantage of the space that UGA is giving to them, and with that speed, not only just speed, movement downfield, but the passing, those passes hit with pace into a teammate and putting the shot on target is so strong, so hard to react to. as a defender.
Ooh, nice cut from S'mores, but Titanium reads the play perfectly, and Southpaw rotating across the net from the opposite end. Able to make the play. Dream Feeling misses the ball. Gives it up for S'mores. Titanium playing far back, bounced into the middle. Deadly trying to win the 50. And Jake will poke it out to his own corner and into the middle. Dream Feeling top right. It's off the mark, and S'mores will kick it into the corner. Jake, heavy pressure being applied. Dream Feeling trying to keep things going. This is where you see Nova get into a lot of trouble. That's a lot of pressure to put Titanium under. That's a great touch, and he can handle it, but that's not the easiest play in the world to make, where it's going to take that short skip right above the lip, and the timing is so important. And that's where Nova, I think, really runs into trouble with how aggressive they're willing to be, because that third man winds up in some really strange positions sometimes, as this one, again, just goes slowly across the mouth of Nova's goal. And the Bulldogs, unfortunately, just can't seem to put one away.
And they're being very, very careful here. Talking about Nova, this ball has been floating back and forth on their goal line. They've been made sure to not panic as much as possible, which has saved them, but they haven't been able to eliminate the Georgia pressure. It keeps going, and this ball is going to go high. Deadly will get it.
Great shot.
The shot will go in, and UGA will tie it up.
And what an angle from Deadly here. And like you said, this ball getting a little scary here for Nova as it goes from side to side, and eventually the shot does come through for UGA, and a tough angle for Deadly. He hits it, able to tie it up for Georgia.
Nice late goal. Just under 90 seconds in a must-win game for the Bulldogs. Jake towards the back wall. Deadly down to the middle. That's a dangerous ball. Forces S'mores to just go way up the pitch. Actually to Southpaws, well off the target, but still, quick transitions have looked good for UGA in this series already. Titanium into the middle, stolen away. Southpaw, left side, bump, and into the net. A beautiful play.
Wow. Unreal. I mean, look at Titanium. He tries to control it. He gets it past one. There's the cutoff, but look at the bump at the final second. It bounces off the post. UGA get away with that one. And with a minute left in gameplay, they show some life.
What a way for the go-ahead goal to come through. Now Titanium trying to make something happen. Up and over S'mores all by himself, and Nova tie it up.
S'mores, he's got plenty of boost here. He knows it's the one-on-one. And he just did not think Titanium was going to have that touch. He went to go challenge as soon as he cut forward. Bang, right over his head. And instantly take it all to tied again.
Definitely a back-and-forth series here. Inside the games as well, so close for both these teams. It certainly has never felt like one was completely dominating the others, and you're seeing trading blows here in the final couple minutes of Game 4.
Deadly pops one out against that side wall. Jake out into the middle. Dream Feeling, weak shot. Jake not able to find a touch to throw off the defense. And Titanium forced to go into his own corner. S'mores towards the middle and saved from two players. Jake the one to get the nose on it. Titanium gets through another one, but he won't have really much of an angle to work with here as Southpaw will kick it into the corner. Overtime looming. Nova trying to force something through. And it will be Jake into the middle. Southpaw down for S'mores. Poke towards the net. They go for the ball, and it goes in. It gets the bump at half a second. And it is indeed Bulldogs forcing Game 5.
I thought that ball was down, and it gets the bounce and the bump coming through for Deadly as well. And UGA steal Game 4.
Two massive bump plays and a little wiggle from S'mores. Feeling good about themselves, and an irritating loss for Nova.
To say the least.
With a minute left, two bump plays at the goal line for UGA. One at the 58-second mark, and then this next one here that we see at the final second of the game. They just pull it from nothing and force a Game 5. Unreal. I did not expect this much coming from UGA going into this matchup, and they have shown up against Nova's team that we thought would dominate this series.
I mean, we said it right at the start. you favor Nova. It's Georgia's show to rock the boat a little bit, and boy, have they done it. That was that was as thrilling a game as you're going to ask for. So, some great plays on the offense to push defenders out, make Nova work for it, and I don't know what to expect in Game 5. It doesn't feel like Nova, really has to work too hard to get things going, but then before you know it, boom, boom, counterattack, bump play, balls in the net. And that's what Georgia does, weather the storm and then beat you back the other way. It's looked great.
Yeah, and they've set up the bump play twice now. That's worked out for UGA, and here we are, another Game 5 and another very thrilling series here. First 2 matches of CRL here on this broadcast has been just bangers of matches. We get to finish it out, Game 5 on Champions Field.
And it will start off with Nova having to work their way out of the corner. There's another demo on the goal line. Deadly popped across, and they've got him. Great read from Dream Feeling on where that play was developing, because I thought for sure that was going to be another goal for Georgia.
That's a tough one to read, especially with the ball coming so quickly. And it's tough to read how players are going to land on a ball and pitch it across like Deadly did. Tough read for the defense. Good from Dream Feeling to be patient and wait for that one to come.
Deadly aiming for that back wall. Jake, strong clear up the pitch. And Dream Feeling to continue the attack. Southpaw not really able to get the best clear in the world. S'mores actually, I think he might have let that one go on purpose and let Deadly come and poke that out to the corner, because I think he was jumping to defend from an immediate shot from Nova, because they've usually been right on top of those.
I like what I've seen from Deadly throughout this series. I think we kind of got locked on with Southpaw after he starts off with a flip reset, but Deadly has really been involved on both sides of the field, and he's been a big ball mover for this team, meaning moving from defense to offense. That transition game, he's been so strong and just helping UGA break out.
And Dream Feeling trying to keep things going. Jake with a big win, but Southpaw uncontested there on his goal line to S'mores, and that's actually a great touch from S'mores to go out towards the neutral zone, continuing that ball up into the Nova half, just concedes possession 100%. So that slight delay in the offensive push means they get a chance now, and unfortunately no fruit to bear from it. And great save as Southpaw rotates back from the midfield line. He's going to have to make 2 and kick down into the corner. Huge defensive effort from Southpaw to get in front of those balls. And that means that Georgia continue to have life. Another strong one off the backboard, and nice control there from Titanium to keep possession for his team.
We're starting to see Nova go for the boost starve here as well, just trying to choke out UGA, looking for a chance and hit a double tap just like Titanium. Nova will take the lead in Game 5.
I felt like as soon as I saw Titanium stick with that catch to go straight up, it's like, oh, they're done. Yep. He's absolutely just aced that catch. Perfect trajectory and the right speed.
It's all about that first touch, and you can, once you watch enough Rocket League, you can tell when a player's just going to nail it on that first touch, and that's that first touch from Titanium that we just knew he was going to hit that one. It's up to the defense to react.
And again, Nova start off with a lead. Bulldogs have been tenacious and keeping themselves in the game, and they go for the other bump play, and the shot down into the goal, and it comes through for a 3rd time.
And we're going to start calling it the bread and butter at this point, because it's worked out every single time. Jake on the bump play can't make a touch. Defender coming in on the rotation also can't make the touch. They slide it right under, and UGA able to bite back. And I mean, these bump plays on net, if it's working, like, don't fix it.
Yeah, it feels like S'mores has been involved in a lot of these bump plays as well. He's been more physical for UGA, and like you said, Dad, it's been paying off for them. 3 goals now, coming off of some set-up bump plays. Very nicely done.
Again, locked up in a tie. No strange position here in this series. Going in towards the final minute of play. Popped across, Southpaw gonna really have to stretch for that one. Dream Feeling, soft clear. Deadly keeps possession, trying to reach the ceiling, but it's actually S'mores who gets to go for it. And Jake tips one out towards his corner, and 2 players rotating back. Deadly just trying to put pressure on Nova in the midfield to force them to make a move, and he actually gets his teammates to win the ball back. Titanium, nice catch and flick. S'mores drops one into the middle. Dream feeling ripped towards the net. Titanium trying to go for the redirect to the bump. Not sure which, but either way, the defense makes a big stop and deflected from Deadly away into the corner.
Jake does get that corner boost, and he is able to control this ball, which does keep up offensive pressure, and it forces the guys from UGA to come back. They're doing a solid job on defense despite being boost-starved here. That being said, final minute, pressure on the field coming out from Nova as they look to see if they can score one before end of regulation.
They are making the saves, like you said, and that's a big one, but not enough. The save comes through from Southpaw, but Jake to clean it up.
Pressure building, and finally Southpaw can't get a handle on a solid clear. It's just a slow roller out into the middle, and the man rotating back has to make an almost impossible save. Total guesswork if he would have pulled it out, but Jake turns it in, and another late lead. And do the Bulldogs have one more in them?
They have time to pull it off here. 40 seconds is plenty for one. We've seen, I don't know, 3 0-second goals at this point already.
And why not one more? Titanium is going to need a little help here in the midfield, and he won't even have time to consider it. S'mores actually got a little too much of that ball. Deadly just fighting for possession, and that is not quite the end of the road, as still 20 seconds, but a huge loss of possession. Well off the mark. Deadly with time. Dream feeling. Needs to get in front of this one, poked aside. Southpaw, final 10, kicked into the middle. Actually takes a favorable skip and throws Jake for a loop. A great idea to dribble the ball here. Plenty of ball control, wastes precious seconds. S'mores gets a tip. Southpaw tried to land on Titanium to give him a chance, but it's not enough. Nova will push the Bulldogs off, and they will win in 5.
Bulldogs, though, a great showing from them despite what we thought going into this matchup. I mean, they ended up forcing this game 5. So much good offensive pressure from the Bulldogs, and I mean, Nova, they ended up struggling on defense, but at the end of this one, they do pull it out. Titanium with a great double tap, Jake with a good play of his own. I mean, it was a hard-fought win.
7 saves for Southpaw.
Yeah.
And a tough series defensively for Georgia, but not because they allowed a lot of shots, but they absolutely had to work for it to keep this one as tight as they did. And I am absolutely looking forward to how the remainder of their season goes. If this is how they played versus Nova, I expect good things from Georgia overall.
Absolutely. And I think for Georgia, we've seen a couple times now in the CRL, new teams coming in, and we're kind of like, it's pretty okay from the ones that we've seen. But I think that this is a great start for Georgia. Now, of course, Nova isn't the biggest dog in this conference, but they are a strong one. To give them credit, a very strong team. And I think going 5 games is definitely a telling for UGA. So let's take a look at what Twitch chat had to say. 64% in favor of Nova achieves. Were they right?
Barely.
1
goal from wrong.
They're still voting, apparently. I saw it move. But 67% for Nova. And, barely right in your words. And
I mean, I picked Nova. I thought it was going to be a little more one-sided.
I think
it got there at the end. It got there at the end of the day, but that was as close to 50-50 as you could have got.
Well, if you guys want to talk about this series more, or any series that you see, or just want to talk about CRL in general, it's hashtag CRL20 on Twitter. If you use it, your tweet could end up on stream. Hashtag CRL20. Tell us what you think about anything. CRL, me.
Please tell us what you think about him.
Maybe Daz. And then maybe me. Hashtag CRL, whatever you want. We might feature it on stream and talk about it. We've got more games coming up. 2 Game 5s. We've got 3 more matches coming up on CRL. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Collegiate Rocket League. We just saw Nova take down UGA in an exciting Game 5. Both matches that we've seen today have been pretty exciting on the CRL side. And I don't know if that's just because it's day one here on the stream or...
It's because CRL's the best broadcast.
I absolutely agree with that. But it's, I mean, both these games have been, or both these matches, I should say, have been extremely fun to watch.
Yeah.
Very enjoyable. Some high highs and some low lows for some teams out here.
Yeah.
But how about we talk to a guy who's on a high right now, Jake from Nova, coming off that win. Jake, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing fantastic. I want to talk to you about UGA. Obviously, this is their first season in CRL. What did you guys know about this team? Have you played them before? Did they come out with? Did they meet your expectation when you played them today?
So, actually, back in the fall qualifiers for CRL, we played them in the upper bracket, and they were the only team that took us to Game 5, and we knew they were good, but they didn't end up making it. So we were like, okay. I mean, like, I guess they had one good series, but obviously. Not they're a really good team, so
yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, definitely a strong showing for you guys as well. But I was kind of thinking the entire series, you guys are very, very aggressive out of that third man role. Is that some adjustments you guys have made during the off season, or you just like, you know what, we're just gonna go for it?
I mean, we're known to be a little bit more of like an overcommitting team. In all honesty, we're trying to fix it, but. We really want to just work on our defense, although we may get a lot of saves and stuff like that. We don't want it to get to the point of getting to the save. We want to clear the ball before it gets to the box. So overall, we're trying to work at becoming more of a better defensive team. And I know we are very aggressive. You don't have to tell me that.
Yeah, you guys are really aggressive on offense. And, I mean, to your credit and to your team's credit, it pays off tremendously. I mean, talking about, like, the team chemistry going into these matchups, like, what are the comms like when you guys are in the game?
I actually was hoping you'd ask that. So Titanium and I really like to get hype when we like score goals or whatever, or like before the series we're like telling jokes to each other, and Josh is just like stone cold and he's like, guys, be quiet, we gotta focus, come on, we gotta focus. And then like Ty and I are just like sitting over here laughing after we score like a game winner or whatever. Josh is like, we gotta focus, next game. But it's like a pretty good environment.
That's good. Always need one guy.
I was
going to
say,
tie you down.
I think that sounds pretty healthy. You need one guy to keep you down, but everyone else to keep the high spirits. So, and you needed it through a 5-game series, a thrilling one. I want to give you the floor before we let you go. Anything else you want to say?
Well, I'm just happy to see you guys, and glad to be back. And then no more camera shake for next stream. Hopefully we'll fix that.
Fair enough.
That's about it, though.
Fair enough, Jake. Thanks for coming on, buddy. We'll see you again.
Thank you.
Actually, wait, hang on.
Give us
Nice guy.
Yeah!
nice guy.
Nice guy.
You know, he's the one who always does their interviews anyways.
That is true.
So he's getting a lot of camera time.
We got one from Titanium.
We did. When they went to LAN, I think, was
Yeah.
the one we got Titanium. So,
But no, Jake's great.
There's always, that's the thing too, there's always one guy on the team that wants to go on camera, but the rest of them don't. It's just one guy who's comfortable. So Jake's getting comfortable on the camera. We appreciate that. So we got to keep it moving here. We got matches to go.
There's more.
They're coming down
There's
the pipeline
much more.
here. Before we get into it, let's take a look at the Western standings here. Again, we have 2 conferences in the CRL, the East, and that's where we just were. These are the West standings, and as you can see, LSU at the top, sitting 3-0. Oregon right behind there at 3-1. Achieves looking at the standings here. Anything to shock, or what's your reaction?
I am just amazed to see LSU at the top with 3-0. I have never seen that before in my life. I don't know how they do it. No, you know, I have to say, I am very, very glad to see Oregon near the top at 3-1. They had some of the most exciting series to watch last season during the fall, and they never won on stream, and it broke my heart. But I'm glad to see them doing well, and I can't wait to see them eventually this season.
Daz, what do you think about these standings? So looking at Oregon, they had a rough season last season. Now sitting at 3-1, starting off on the right foot. What's your reaction to the standings?
Based on what I'm seeing so far, very impressed with Oregon. Just piggybacking off of Chiefs, they played against Arizona, and I believe they swept them. That was on the B stream. It was actually an interesting series. They're looking really really good. I keep an eye on how these standings adjust as the Western Conference continues.
Now, I don't want to say anything, but Mr. T. Bates, Chef Bates from
Chef
Louisiana
Bates.
was running some invitationals, well, not invitationals, some open tournaments for the collegiate teams here in Oregon, who had an abysmal season last season. We're going to Game 5 after Game 5 was losing plenty of them, are looking really, really good. And I am on the Oregon hype train. They're sitting at
Me
3-1 already.
I'm go Ducks.
We were big fans of the Ducks last season, and they are coming out hot here, 3-1 in the start, so we'll keep an eye on them. But like I said, we got to keep moving here. We got games left and right. 3 more on the night. So let's take a look at our next matchup. It's UVU taking on Missouri. You can see they're up on the board. And what do you guys think of these guys? We've seen UVU a couple times. We've seen Missouri. Yeah. Stunning. Have not played.
Shocking.
So, that's why. So nothing to really tell you there on the statistics. But from what we've seen from past season, Achieves, I'll start with you. What do you think about these teams?
Utah Valley, they felt middle of the road. Missouri looked like room for improvement. And, I think it's good to see them have a return season here in the spring. Because, if you qualify for the fall league play, which is, to some people arguably the larger, more prestigious half of CRL, if that makes sense. I don't think that's necessarily true per se, but it originally started as a fall type of season thing. Yeah. So the fall season of CRL has always been the tough one. And the spring season is kind of this new beast. And I think this is good to see Utah Valley and Missouri, 2 middle-of-the-pack teams, come in the spring and make it back and say, okay, we've had a little bit of time to figure things out. And that's kind of how I feel about both these teams. It's you got to show me how you improved and what got you back here and what's going to be different.
Yeah, exactly, because there's good talent on these teams as well. I mean, especially with Utah Valley. And now that they're both back here and they're playing their first series against each other, they have a chance to start off their season at a really great pace.
And not only do we have, well, I guess we don't have stats because they haven't played yet, but not only that, but we have some facts about these teams. Here's the random fact from UVU. Iceberg is a pilot.
Wow.
Coco speaks fluent Japanese. And Asterix used to team with Low-Tech from LSU.
And Low-Tech is good.
And Low-Tech is good.
One of my roommates speaks not passable but funny Japanese, as in he remembers like 2 or 3 sentences from his classes in college. So, Asterix is cool, Coco's cool, Iceberg's a pilot. I wanted to be a pilot when I grew up, so
and here you are.
Team you and here I am, landlocked, sitting here on a couch with you guys.
Yeah. Unlucky. Let's take a look at our random fact from Missouri as well. We have nothing from Missouri, actually. There's nothing interesting about them at all, apparently. So we're not going to talk about Missouri.
And that's the CRL 2020 spring shirt, Missouri.
That's it. That's all we have to say about them. Let's talk about predictions now. Achieves, who do you think is going to win this?
Let chat decide. I have no skins in this fight, unfortunately.
You just gave up.
Yeah.
I did just give up.
Show him up, new guy. Come on.
I'll go with Utah Valley. I think the team on paper, I have their MMR numbers at least going into this, so I know that they're pretty high rated. I think that they'll at least be able to put up a tough fight. Obviously, we haven't seen them play, so there's that. But I'll go based on what I know prior to.
Tell you what, I'm actually going to pick Missouri.
Is this just to spite me?
No, it's because it's the closest state to where I'm from.
Okay.
That's fair.
All right. As we get into the first matchup, I'm going to go with Missouri. I think Missouri has looked pretty strong. They're kind of one of those upper teams that we've seen on the Western side of things. Western was very
tight.
Tight. Yeah, that's a nice word for it. So I'm going with Missouri. But chat, what do you guys think at home? You can vote in chat right now, and I'm curious to know what you guys think. We have Missouri because it's next to Kansas.
Yep, good enough for me.
Glad we brought you out. And you have...
I'm an analyst, by the way.
And you went with Utah.
Yeah.
Okay, and you actually gave us a good reason for Utah, so I'm curious to know. And I went with Missouri, not because it's next to Kansas, but because they're full of good players. and I want to hear what.
So Utah Valley's not full of good players, Corelli?
No, I just think that they're better.
Oh, okay. That's a great save.
Yeah. What? That's my job. I got to say who's good and who's bad.
I know. I'm just teasing. I'm trying to bail myself out of a grave I've done. That's all.
I don't know what you mean. Do you think that Missouri can pull off the similar season that they had last time?
Sure. Why not? I mean, you re-qualify. You struggled at the end of the season to make the push for playoffs, but you still showed your team that has plenty of potential. Choxic's the guy that sticks out in my mind in Missouri, right? So it kind of felt a little one-man army every now and again with Missouri, with Choxic. So curious to see if the team dynamic has leveled up a couple notches.
And Utah, their teams last season were a little... They didn't do so hot. They had 2 teams in. Both of them were near the bottom on the western side of things. And so for Utah Valley to come out, see if they can make some waves against Missouri. Your votes on them, Daz. Talk to me more about Utah Valley. You talked about some of their MMRs coming into it, and sometimes that's all we have to judge off of some of the CRL teams.
Well, Aztrex also played with Low Tech, and Low Tech's real good. And if you teamed with Low Tech, then you must be good.
I don't think that's how it works.
I mean, who did you team with?
I've teamed with a lot of people.
And they were all better than you?
Absolutely.
So I guess that definitely disproves my point, because you're terrible. That's all I wanted.
Thank you for that.
Just a chance to flame you.
Yeah. If you can't do analysis, you flame the host. That's how it works here on
Check.
CRL. So I don't know. We're about to jump into game 1 here. And I don't think we got the Twitch chat vote. We'll get back to that later. So Utah Valley and Missouri. And again, Utah teams have struggled. We've seen them a couple times, especially last season. Both their teams did not do well. I think for Utah, it is about starting out on the right foot. We've seen a couple times where some teams it's just a slow, they make it back to league play, but that's all they can really do. And then they don't do well in league. Daz, what do you think for some teams coming off of poor seasons, but re-qualifying? What do you think the mentality, how do you bring a strong mentality to your week 1 performance?
I feel like it's based on knowing the fact that you are going to be with the same players. You have to start to build that camaraderie, build that team chemistry up, and just practice and play a lot. You talked about T-Base putting on these off-season events. Play in those. Start to build up that, that pressure. Understand the people that you're playing with, and work from there. Work on the mistakes. I mean, this isn't a different league or anything like that. You don't necessarily get to pick and choose. This is what you have, so just try to work with it, and we'll see if Utah Valley can do that. They're already on the offense here in game 1. And it's a great start from them, but you see Chox on the back wall. He's going to send this off to the side. Ethanol will clear it into the corner.
In game 1, definitely a chance for a tone setter, and you'll see what they're capable of. So Missouri actually already under some pressure and blanks, needing a little bit of help to get out of here, and just throws one down into the midfield. It's going to be a bit of an awkward start here for Missouri. Has some decent pressure from Utah Valley. Ethanol well over his head. Has the back all the way up to go and get it. Down into the middle, blanks with Chox. Out across into the side wall. Blanks down the pitch. Aztrex, great deflection into the corner. Ice with a little bit of space. Punch down, and almost a wonderful clear from Aztecs, but it clipped the ceiling there and gave the Tigers a chance at it.
And still a tie game through the first half, or through the first minute and a half. There's a shot coming out from Ethanol. Missouri are trying to assert some sort of offense here. I think Coco's a big player to look out for on the Utah Valley side as well. Very strong individually. Here's Chox trying to drop it down off the crossbar.
Nice save from Iceberg.
Big save.
Always tough to find that angle of if they're going to shoot it just under the crossbar or go for the bouncer, and that one does indeed ping off the bar a couple of times. Aztrex, not a strong clear, gets the second touch. So both teams having a couple of solid looks at the net. Nobody able to finish the job yet, and Coco popped towards the wall, denied by Choxic.
Got to finish your chances, Chiefs. I'm going to say it. You've got to finish your chances, and that was a couple for Missouri. One coming off the crossbar. Utah Valley happy to see it away and see if they can put on some pressure here. It's been After the initial push from Utah Valley, it's been a little quiet. They've not really controlled the midfield much. You can see that pass from Ice was really to no one. Missouri ate it up there, and Ethanol not able to make the play on it, and Ice will clear it away.
Nice deflection as well. Decent pitch control for everybody here, but pressure. Ethanol down and into the middle. Great steal from Aztrex, and he's got a wide open pitch down the other way. Needs help to finish it though, and Choxic, excellent read off the bounce. And Missouri will handle the counterattack, if only just. Out to the side, Choxic. Nice job to tip it through one defender in the midfield. Aztrex, big pinch, back the other way. And Ice popped into the middle. Blanks has to really reach. Coco can go and get it. Ethanol, I think, thought the ball was going to get tipped out front.
Looking at this touch from Ice, he's able to pop that up so high, and Coco able to follow it up and get a good shot right in through the defense. You see Missouri kind of scrambling to make it on their way back, but they just couldn't read the touch coming out from UVU, and they finally score here in game one.
Coco popped in front in a close battle here. Utah Valley, a good start. But we'll see if Missouri can get the offense going. Choxic has made some decent plays to try and get the offense started.
Missouri on the attack right now, pushing this one right in front of the goal line. Coco is needed. He'll have a little boost. He has to take his time. He has Ice in the midfield. Throws himself out the play. Asterix left alone, but he'll boom this one away. Missouri struggling to get this one out. You see Coco, oh, he almost puts that one in. A minute remaining. Pressure coming out from Utah Valley. Asterix keeps this one up. Missouri will have to play this one off their own back end. Not a lot of boost. And a shot will come through. Oh! Unfortunate, but Ice will take those. Utah Valley get their second goal.
Yeah, he'll take it. And the placement for Ice wasn't bad. It was just a bit outside, but it comes off the last defender, and in the end, perfect, like you said. A 2-goal lead now for UVU.
Utah Valley, they, like we say, we take those.
We take those.
And they'll continue to press on. Asterix looking for the shot. Blanks is there to make the save in time. It'll be Chox. Take his time. Asterix understands final 30 seconds in this game. Utah Valley, they're going to want to just keep up the pressure, smother Missouri in their own end, try to avoid any opportunity for them to get a clear out. Ball in the midfield though, Missouri looking to attack. It's a back and forth down the field. Chox might have a chance. The shot's on, and they score with 11 seconds left.
Beautiful shot here from Missouri. Chox couldn't execute the pass down the other way, but the long clear goes right into the hands of Blanks, and he gives it right back. And Chox in charge of shooting instead of the pass, nails the top left, and they got 11 seconds to work with.
How will the kickoff go? There's a cheat, but it is a lose towards Ethanol. He can carry this one downfield, looking for the net, but it is blocked. There's Coco. Stay on top of it. Final second gone. It's off the corner. There could be a chance here, but there is the beat out. Utah Valley will take game number one.
They sent the house and couldn't connect there at the end, and UVU on the board first for the series at least. And close game here. It was a late goal for Missouri, but for UVU, not a bad showing, I think, against Missouri. Missouri's a strong team here. And I think taking them down here in the first game in a very close game bodes well for Utah Valley.
I was kind of expecting a little bit more out of Missouri. I mean, I felt like a lot of the transition game was good, but not as good as I was expecting. So maybe both teams having to shake off a little bit of the rust. And, you know, you talked about it a little bit, you know. Does getting on stream for the first time affect a team? And, you know, you can make the argument yes or no, but, you know, I said I'm not sure. I don't really think it'll matter. And then I thought about it after watching that game. And, you know, the best players in the world when it comes to the live events, that first game on stage, they say, is always the worst.
Yep.
And so, you know, I felt like that was kind of this game for both teams. Utah Valley comes away with a win, but I felt like you have some room for improvement on both sides of the ball for both teams, but Utah Valley executed very well here in game one.
And I expect Missouri to really strike back as we get into this next game. Like we said, it was really close. And one of the goals Utah Valley ended up scoring was based off of a misplay on the defense, and we saw that happen. I feel like as they get more comfortable, like those things won't tend to happen as much, and they'll probably be more set to actually start putting on some consistent offense.
Yeah, and to both of your points, we've heard pro players, on the professional side of things, say, sometimes that first game's just a wash. It really can't tell who's going to be better because it's the first game on stream.
Got to lock in.
You got to lock in. And for Missouri, I think you're right. I don't think we saw max potential out of Missouri here. And maybe you might not even see it in the first series on stream here, but still, I don't think that was the best that Missouri could have played. And I think same thing for UVU, though. I think that they did just enough to get the win here.
Just enough, but that's all you need. Just enough. W's a W at the end of the day. And game 1 does indeed go to Utah Valley. And maybe we're not giving them enough credit to be fair, because as you astutely pointed out, their season last fall was not the greatest in terms of production in the win column. So to come out here and put up a solid showing to start off does indeed bode well for Utah Valley.
A wise man once said, winners win. And they absolutely did.
Who was that wise man? I'm just curious.
It was me.
Yeah. Of course it was. I should have known.
I don't even know why you set him up. You set him up.
I was giving him the chance to be humble.
He would never. How long have you been working with him?
That's a great point. I should have known based on the throw to break where it was like, you can tell us what you think about me or me. Or me. I should have known. You're absolutely right. I was being a fool.
It's his first day, and he's already catching on. So. I like this guy. I think we should keep him. Nice guy.
Nice guy.
Nice guy.
Yeah. All right, let's get into game 2, Utah Valley and Missouri.
Utah Valley off to a great start, but not the best. Some might say luck. Others might say skill. We'll see as Missouri.
What do you say, Daz?
I say we'll see.
Excellent answer.
Obviously, I predicted them to win, but they have to win first. They've already won 1. They have to win 2 more. They're off to a great start, though, already with some offensive pressure here in the first 30 seconds of the game. Coco has enough boost to get a second touch, and he does, but Chalks meets him in the air. Utah Valley is playing this one in the air. He'll get a soft touch, but he does throw away possession. Chalks, that's a big miss. He has to recover. Ethano will take the corner boost and pick this up, but not after getting knocked out the way. Nice call off from Ice as Coco is looking to go for that ball. Coco will be needed. It's an awkward touch, but it's just enough.
Blanks.
You see Blanks just too far forward, and he has to rotate back.
Yeah, a little awkward there for Blanks. I'm not sure if he misread the play completely or was just caught off guard by the touch. Either way, he crept up too far. In the end, doesn't come back to bite him, but those are the types of mistakes that can lead to goals, especially as the last man back.
Ooh, great pass.
And bang! Shots. Great work here for Blanks. Missouri will get the first goal off of an incredible pass.
Yeah, Astrex not really able to find a clear to anywhere else on the pitch, and Choksic reading that perfectly, knowing where that was headed. Perfect feed into the middle, and Blanks right there for it. And that is just a hammer strike into the top right. Great shot.
Pass in the open space works out well for Missouri, and they're up 1-0 in game 2. Plenty of time, though, for Utah Valley to get set up. Still have 3:23 left in play, but Ice has to make an awkward save towards Coco. He won't be able to get a touch. That one goes up high. The follow-up, and Chalks puts it in.
Oh, there was twice the follow-up there. Everyone else was up for Missouri, and it pays off in the end. A big miss there from Astrex. Couldn't react to the play fast enough and lets it go off the back wall, and Chalks there to punish.
And you said it, Dad. Ice had to make that awkward save because he was expecting a touch and was ready to defend a different play on the ball. And as soon as it didn't go that way, it prevented him from making the best touch possible. And then Blanks in the midfield just made a great block on the ball and set it right back up.
We see right now the offense getting a little out of control here from Missouri. Blanks no boost on his way back, has to make a tough goal line save. Coco almost got a breakaway play off of the double commit in front of the goal. Missouri, we saw them earlier as Chalks puts another shot on. Rotation going to come in from Blanks. He steals the corner boost. Ethano has his teammate. He's looking for a pass mid, no contact. And Ice will take this slow. Coco looking for the beat, but can't get a touch on the ball. And this will be Blanks just pushing this back into space. Missouri, they're trying to keep up the offensive pressure here. We're in the bottom half of game 2.
Well, boy, have they. I don't think they've really let UVU out of their own half this entire game. They've got, UVU has 2 shots on goal already, and Missouri has 3, 6, 7. And there's another one that just slides past the midfield line. But how long are UVU going to be able to hang on to this?
We've seen twice now UVU have had these breakaway chances where Missouri, as much pressure as they're holding on to, the rotations are getting kind of sloppy. UVU haven't been able to punish just yet, but the opportunity has been there. They hold on to the ball now. It's right in front, but Ethano will make the save, and he'll clear this downfield.
Really looking for UVU to make a late push here. They've had opportunity, especially in that last couple plays there, but Missouri has been able to hold strong, and now Missouri knocking on the door, and they put a third away with 1.5 minutes left.
Oh, I was curious to see what Choxy did in the space there. He actually got the ball right back.
Still has control. We'll hit this into the corner. Ice can't make a touch, and it will be cleared out. Ice does get a demo, gets 2, and that'll slow down the Missouri offense. It allows a pass play, Utah Valley, but it's off the mark. Aztecs looking for a goal here as we approach the final minute. Aggressive play coming out from Utah Valley. Defense from Missouri holding strong as they clear this in midfield.
Ethanol is going to be in a weird spot as he deals with that ball, and it's off the mark. He did get a piece of it. Great recovery as well. A double commit in the midfield, leaving him in a weird position and able to make the play back the other way and hold the lead to 2, and that's a critical stop when you've only got a 2-goal lead and forcing Coco to make a block.
Good dribble from Blanks, able to push this into the Utah Valley end. They'll have to clear it out, and they just force it back in. 30 seconds remaining. Missouri have all the pressure. Shot too high, blocked out. Utah Valley escaped, but they only have so much time in this game. Here's Blanks, shot on, Coco saved. Ice won't be able to make contact. Ethanol on the way back will just clear this out. Final 10 seconds remaining in this game number 2. And Missouri, we said they were going to strike back, and it looks like they've done so. This one will, I thought he was going to dribble that one all the way in. It'll hit the ground, and that'll be game 2 going to Missouri.
So I liked the start of the game for Missouri because I was sitting there, I was like, boy, I mean, UVU hasn't really done anything. And to be fair, from that point on, they only mustered 1 more shot on target. But to give Utah Valley some credit, at the end of that game, they absolutely did break out and put Missouri in some awkward positions on defense. So not really sure the score column does this game as much justice as it probably could have.
The shot column, though.
The shot column does.
12-2, or 4, or 3, wow. 3 on the UVU side, and that, I think, speaks volumes about how this game really went. Sure, it was a 2-0 win for Missouri, but they had a lot of pressure. They had a lot of shots. They had the initiative throughout game 2, and this is the Missouri team that we come to expect when they step on the pitch.
And I saw Utah Valley, again, they had some breakaway plays. Despite all the pressure Missouri was putting on, they had chances there to score some seemingly open nets, but they just hadn't been on offense so much that when it was time for them to take their shots, it was always off target. They had to restart, but the problem was them taking the ball out of their own end. I mean, that took so much time off the clock. The pressure from Missouri, they smothered them until the clock ran out.
But game 3 about to get underway. I mean, I want to favor Mizzou again going into game 3 and the Tigers, but Utah Valley, to me, they showed a fair bit of life at the back half of that game 2. So definitely leaning Missouri's way, but wouldn't be surprised to see a tight one.
Game number 3 starting. Manfield Night tied up 1-1 between Utah Valley and Missouri. Utah Valley, no goals, only 3 shots in game 2, looking to improve on that. Missouri looking to keep up the momentum from their last game, keep that offensive pressure. They start with them offense right now.
Wow.
Chalks, what a solo play.
And what can you say? Chalks reads the clear off of ice to go from UVU, and Coco waits for that one to come off the back wall, but forgets that Chalks can just land on top of it, in Missouri up first.
Missouri off to a start of similar energy to last game. Look at Chalk saving his time.
Imagine if that would have went in. The flip reset where you use the flip to get the demo. Brilliant. Ingenuity.
Building the new meta.
Exactly.
Let's see if Utah Valley can build some offense. We didn't see much of it last game. Here's Ice. We'll take this up the sidewall. 65 boost, looking for a teammate in midfield. The shot's blocked from Chalks, and Coco will come up and try to keep possession. Stuck in mid, and Ice with the clear. Ashtrex is up. Utah Valley have a chance, but the defense from Missouri doing pretty well. Not as much pressure as we saw going the other way. Blanks, oh, that's high. Ethanol, 20 boost, takes the shot. It's off. Chalk's trying to keep it in, but it pinches away from Missouri. Almost with a shot chance, but haven't found the back of the net yet.
And that right there was a great example of the pace that Missouri's playing at. They looked like sharks circling in the water right there. Everyone from UVU was just watching the play happen. 1, 2, 3, Missouri, everyone getting a touch on the ball. They were poor shots, but unfortunate to not put it away.
Here's Coco. No boost, has to rotate out. Ice has to take this from his own goal line. Loses control of the ball, and it's punished. Chalks will pick up his second goal.
Yeah, you nailed it. He just lost command here. He had it all the way. Maybe he got his boost. Oh, let me look. Hang on. Ice. No, he had 63. It really did just get away from him.
I think he accidentally flipped on that play there. I think he was just trying to carry it, jump off the wall, and carry it away, and he accidentally side flipped. And Chalks, smart enough, fast enough, and good enough to get up and put that one away. The free pass really across the box. Here's Atreus with the shot just wide, and UVU picking up the pace now.
Coco, pass out. Asterix keeping this in play. Ice with the demo, and Blank's demoing Ice, so things slow down. Asterix, another shot chance. That one's on target, but it forces two members of Missouri to make the save. Utah Valley getting some chances, but still cannot break past his defense.
Common thing, though, with Missouri sending perhaps more than needed. That's dangerously close, but will be off the mark. Choksic, and not going to pin straight down. In fact, it's back the other way and leaves Blanks in a bit of a strange position, but he handles the play with relative ease. Pass across. Oh, so close to being on the nose, but just out in front.
And you could see Missouri, they knew they were beat to that one, and they just kind of was waiting for the shot to come, and fortunate for Utah to not make it there. And 2 minutes left, still plenty of time, but you'd love to put away those beautiful chances that you're setting up on Utah Valley.
Utah Valley back on offense, but this is a familiar situation. Down by 2, a minute 45 left, and Missouri with all the pressure. Shot blocked from Coco.
Ooh, bang.
Another shot from Chalks. That's going to be the hat trick. He's popping off, and Missouri up by 3 at this point.
Chalks looking very strong here in this game. Just seems to be at the right spot at the right time, and a tough shot there coming off the side wall, catching the defense out from UVU, able to put it away, give his team a 3-0 lead. And again, another game where Missouri's playing well and looking real good.
Read those clear angles, eat them up, turn them in, and lock down game 2. I don't know how you come back from 3 goals with a minute 30. You kind of need something right now to feel like you have a chance. And right now, sitting here having to make these long touches where you're trying to chase the ball down is only going to make things more difficult.
Utah Valley have to get it together. Minute 10 left in game 3. Missouri have shown up, especially Chalks. He's on the ball, flick over 1. They'll steal boost, looking for Ice on the bump, and Blanks will go up and try to keep this in play.
Ooh, here we go. Can you make something out of this? And they're just too slow. The bump in the goal line comes through, and I mean, they had all 3 members of Missouri pretty much right in front of the UVU net, and if they get a strong...
How about a strong passing play?
What?
Downfield, and Missouri caught off guard here, I think. For Chalks, he just couldn't get up to the ball fast enough. He thought his teammate had it covered, and a good passing play there from UVU, able to put it away with 44 seconds left, gives themselves a chance to stay in this game.
Just like, shut up, Achieves, we're scoring goals.
I mean, that was the first goal they had scored. And
oh!
How did Chalks?
Ice did just what a save himself. I'm pretty sure. I think he feels he should have had that.
From Chalks.
Oh my goodness.
He hit it down, back towards the net, coming off the wall, back out towards the midfield. What an angle from him. 4 goals now for Chalks. A strong game.
And he's feeling comfortable. Look at him already in the air for that. 30 seconds left. A shot on by Coco. Utah Valley. They're still putting shots in.
And in the nick of time, too. I thought it bounced out. I heard the noise of it coming off the post, but it just goes in right in the middle of the net for Coco and able to catch out the Missouri defense there. They are committing hard on a lot of these plays. 25 seconds left, down by 2. Definitely doable for Utah Valley, but they need a good kickoff and a quick goal.
Oh, they might have done it with that pass. Ooh, great save and good defense from Blanks, going to cut that one out. Great setup for Asterix, and they'll turn it in. You gotta be joking. All right, so I'm sitting here thinking, you know, it's not gonna happen, and they've given themselves 14 seconds, and considering today, I definitely should have known better.
We've seen it in really all of our games at this point. Teams making late comebacks. Let's see how this kickoff goes. 14 seconds left for UVU.
Blanks and Asterix on the kickoff. It hits off to the side. Ice and Ethanol whiff, and Chalks will take it. He backflips though. Coco in the air. A double commit on offense from Missouri to push it into the back wall. Ice up, and Ethanol he'll just put that in, and that'll just be it. Missouri will take game 3, 5-3.
Yeah, just never really got quite the touch they wanted on that transition out, and it's just a little bit too far in front of the guy. And then the second one was just kind of up off the ceiling, and no one was in position.
And the opportunity was there. That ball bouncing slowly down on the UVU side. If someone was behind it, they could at least banged it downfield, found someone on the pass, or took it on a dribble there. And unfortunate, as Missouri do finish out with 5 goals. Chalk's having a heck of a game here. 4 goals on 5 shots. And what more can you ask? But you look at the UVU side, and you see 14 shots. They outshot Missouri by 5 shots, Missouri with 9. So the shooting was there from UVU. They just couldn't put it away.
That's the name of the game. So to be fair, UVU had some great counterattacks. They had some good plays, but defense for Missouri was good, and their shots were just not hitting the back of the net. And that was just really a big deal for them in game 2.
Dez, I'm sorry to cut you off, but would you say that UVU had their chances?
Yeah.
Thank you. I know that's kind of a bit of a weird question to ask, but normally I ask that question to Corelli, and I just wanted to take that away from him.
Wow. I feel hurt. That was my question. But they did. It's true. They had their chances. They had quite a few shots here in this last game. Couldn't put it away, and they paid the price. And give credit to Missouri and Chalks. He was popping off that game. What more can you say? It's another quality game coming out from Missouri. Maybe not giving up those last couple goals there, but in the end, you win by 2.
That Coco goal, that 89 mile an hour, was a banger.
Now we get into game number 4 with Missouri looking to close this one out. Off to a great start as Blanks puts a shot on, but it's just off the post. Chalks puts one on as well. Will hit the woodwork. That one will drop in front, and Asterix is quick to make a save. Coco will get demo from Blanks, and Evan will take this on the hood. But we open this game 4 up with offensive aggression coming out from Missouri. They are not playing around.
And you got to take those chances where you get them if you're Utah Valley. You know you got away with them, and they almost go back the other way. Coco, clever idea to go for that touch, but unfortunately not able to find it all the way back. So Ice trying to keep the offense going, but it falls apart in the midfield line, and just battling for possession here.
And we see this one go towards Missouri. Coco, 12 Booze has to be careful, gives it up to Blanks, and will get a follow-up to get the save. A good 52 to force this one into Missouri's end. Chalks, impressive game 3 for him, scoring 4 goals and some great shots. A quick turn to put on a shot, and Asterix has to react quickly to stop that one.
I like the idea, the quick turn on the shot there, but unfortunately Asterix was in the way. But there was an opening for that shot to go through. I don't think they made perfect connection on the shot. but still, Missouri quick and fast. Keep the offense going.
Chalks pop that up, and Asterix up very quickly for that. Ethanol looking for a teammate. Blank sees Chalks and will make contact. A double commit coming out from Utah Valley. That's an open
You
ball.
can get there.
And Ice is rushing back. It's off the post. Very lucky that one doesn't fall in. A close save from Utah Valley. Not the way to start game 4.
Good head on his shoulders, though. Knew he could make it back and didn't panic and own goal it. Ethanol with a flip reset, drops it in the middle, and Blanks will turn it in.
I think everyone was looking at Ethanol here as he went up into the flip reset. Ice was waiting for that back boost to spawn, and Coco was not in the best position to defend the second shot coming through. He thought maybe Ethanol was going to get the second touch.
Yeah, instead of that flip reset, just going straight towards the wall.
Yeah, and instead it's just Blanks coming blazing through to put it away. Here's Coco. He might be able to get this off the back wall if he gets back up. Gets bumped away by Blanks, excuse me. Unfortunately for Utah Valley, that's where their attack stops.
The pass plays still do find each other as Asterix was looking for another touch. Ice, the whiff on the shot chance, and this one will go to Chalks. The slow carry, but not enough to get past Asterix. Utah Valley looking to turn this around. 2 minutes remaining in game 4. They're down by 1. Missouri have been pressing forward all game, looking to break the defense. Blanks, he has enough boots for a double, will get one. This one floats over the goal, and Ice will need to make a touch. That one will go in, and Chalks will get another goal. And for Missouri, they're up 2-0 in game 4.
And as you said it, even in the last game, familiar scenario, down by 2 with around 2 minutes to go. And it has proved lethal for them in 3 games straight.
And I mentioned rhythm in the last couple matches, and I think Missouri really has found a good rhythm here in this game. You can see the pressure, players always being in the right spot, and shots, constant pressure, and shots coming out from Missouri. It's tough for UVU to keep up right now.
UVU doing what they can, but this Missouri team just has a fire to them. Blanks with a great shot. Ice with the save. He has 32 boosts, won't be able to challenge this ball. It goes downfield. Asterix gets beaten. It's Coco all alone. Chalks won't be able to score it, but Missouri do keep up the possession. Chalks gets the flip reset. A second touch. Does he have enough boost? It doesn't matter. Asterix clears it out to the teammate, and they will be able to push this downfield, but for how long? They continue to give up possession to Missouri, and it's making their offensive push that much harder.
Time is becoming a factor here for Utah Valley. Backs against the wall here. This is your last life in the series, and a good bump out of the way, but Coco gets blocked, and that was another good chance there.
Here's Blanks. Chalks in the corner, passing out to Blanks. A shot tried, but Asterix will be able to knock it away. Utah Valley with some offensive possession, but Blanks does get a demo on ice, and Coco doesn't have any boost. So here comes the dribble.
Oh, nice win.
30 seconds on the clock. Ethanol, no boost. Blanks comes up to save him. Coco looking to control this one, but it gets away from him, and the ball is up high, and Asterix will get a 50-50, but the clock, again, not on Utah Valley's side. Final 10 seconds. Coco pushes this one downfield. Still a chance for a last-second goal if they can do it. It's too high
bounced
off
away.
the demo comes out. This ball will hit the ground.
Blanks.
Oh, will it?
Wait.
Help.
It's hit the ground.
Wait, Daz, cut it down. We're done.
There
You're kidding. Look at that. That'll pad the goals per game stat for him.
Why not? Josh just bumps Coco out of the way. It doesn't matter. Missouri had the win either way, and I think this is their strongest game that they had. They finished strong here against Utah Valley, and we talked about it. That first game, a little shaky, didn't really know where they were going to go, and then they really came out, and I think even in the last 3 games looked much better.
I don't know. I think Utah Valley put a couple of great possessions together. Unfortunately, the shot column doesn't really show the great opportunities. Their best opportunities to score goals were the ones where they just missed the ball. and just didn't put the shot on target that could have scored a goal. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of missed opportunities there. It's not even having your chances, it's the misexecution of those chances that I think cost Utah Valley that game.
What do we think about Missouri now, seeing them throughout this series? Do they have another good shot here in the Western Conference?
I think they do.
There's potential, yeah. I think one series is not enough to tell. I think they put together some good numbers, but I want to see that defense improve. If they want to make a real shot at the top of this conference, going to have to see that defense tighten up, cut down on a few of those double commits, find the stronger clears. But the offense has some bite to it, and that's good for the Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, for them, the Chalks, especially on the team, I mean, that's star player of this series, especially towards the later two games. I mean, great touches, great challenges. I mean, we saw if you give him any type of space, he will immediately turn on the ball, try to force it into a shot or set up an opportunity for his team. And the payoff for that for Missouri, I mean, was fantastic. I mean, I thought it was going to be a closer series. We hadn't seen these two teams yet, and they showed out.
Yeah, I don't think there was really a weak link on Missouri at all during the series.
not
I felt
really,
like everyone. I mean, Chalks obviously stood out, but I feel like everyone else looked pretty good.
Performed admirably, yeah.
Yeah. So let's take a look at the Twitch poll. You guys got a vote. Let's see what you guys had to say, and just barely,
Fair.
Missouri at 52%. So very close there for Twitch. I think that's the closest one we've had
Oh, definitely,
so far.
Yeah.
So but Missouri, it's the first one to not go to Game 5, so not the closest series that we've had for today. So Twitch chat, I think are they 3 for 3?
No. Yes. Yeah. They are.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I told you they're smart, man. They know something we don't.
I don't know. I think they know the script. So if you do, let us know with hashtag CRL20 on Twitter. If you use that hashtag, your tweet could be featured on stream. We want to hear what you have to say about the matches, the game, CRL, me, Achieves, or Dazzer, and you can go ahead and let us know using that hashtag, again, CRL20. We got 2 more matches for the night. Stay with us. We'll be right back with more. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Collegiate Rocket League. We just saw our third match of the night, and it's time for a very special moment here on CRL.
Yeah.
A very famous player in the collegiate scene is taking the pitch. T-Bates, Chef Bates, as he likes to be known on the LSU side. I myself am a chef, clearly. And, I'm excited to see a fellow chef take the field. It's LSU and UTA taking the pitch. Yes, you took a deep breath, so I thought you were going to say something.
I think he looks great. Daz, what do you think?
It's my first day here.
It really is. What do you think so far, Daz?
You know, CRL is full of surprises.
Man,
you're
you're great at dodging the question.
Yeah. I want to tell you that I lied to you earlier. I said that the C in CRL stood for crossbar. It does not stand for crossbar.
It stands for Corelli?
Clearly, the C in CRL stands for chef.
Chef Corelli.
Chef Corelli. And that's what I am. So let's take a look at our next matchup. It's LSU and UTA facing off here. Like I said, T-Bates, Chef Bates on the LSU side. And you can see what we got going on here on the record. Of course, LSU sitting at 3-0. They do this every season. They look good during league play. UTA sitting at 1-2, and I'm actually surprised to see them with a losing record so far. I know they only played 3 games, but I do feel like this is a very strong team on the UTA side.
Yeah, Texas Arlington definitely good. The Mavericks over there know what's up, and maybe it's just a tough start to the season, but you're absolutely right about LSU. They've always looked lights out during league play. 3.6 goals, 4 goals against 0.9. It's all good stuff for LSU. So. As expected, but the good thing for UTA, there is plenty of time for them to turn the season around.
And I think looking at the stats, especially on the LSU side, I mean, Dazarin, talk to me about this team. You can see 3.6 goals for and 0.9 goals against. Very strong team on both sides of the field.
They are, and I mean, we could talk about that looking at the roster as well. Low-Tech, T-Bates, and Ajax. That name on paper is...
tasty.
Yes.
Chef Bates.
Oh, right.
Come on, man.
Gotcha.
It is, and they're cooking up some trouble right now for league play, at least for the Western Conference. T-Bates has told me time and time again, once they play, I'm going to see why the West is the best. And we have some fun facts.
Yeah, some fun facts for UTA. Echo's controller is held together by rubber bands.
What?
And now I don't know what part. Is it just straight through the middle? That just over
the center?
Over the center?
Or is
between
it like
your hands?
Holding the paddles together?
Right. I'm actually curious to know. Here's the one for LSU. What team is a combined 28-1 across all seasons of CRL but has never made land? Your answer is LSU.
That is the biggest of facts.
Wow.
LSU has always been dominant, and we have never once hesitated to pick against them. Until the one time it matters.
Yeah. And, I mean, they kind of have an upgrade in their roster this season as well.
With
Ajax, the Ajax, coming on to the team. And, I mean...
he's pretty good.
He's a pretty darn good player. He went to LAN last season on United. So, for LSU to have a massive pickup and a player like that surely could only improve the roster no matter who he replaces on the team. And again, it looks like a very fruitful season for LSU. Do they make land? I'm asking you right now, Dazarin.
Don't say it's my first day here.
Yeah, you cannot get out with that one.
Yes, they make land. They make land this season.
Okay.
Otherwise, Fire will never let T-Bates live it down.
Oh, that's so true.
Yeah,
if there's anybody who would never let T-Bates live that down, it would be anybody on U of A. That's so true.
They let him know. They already let him know.
Yes.
Let me tell you. So, Achieves, what about you? Think LSU makes land this season?
I think they finally do. You can't be as good as LSU is, go 28-1 across all 3 seasons, and eventually not make land. So, I think they finally do.
And, of course, Twitch chat, you can vote in chat right now, !go UTA and !go LSU. And I am not surprised. Now, what's the highest that we've seen? Have we got a 90% before?
Probably. I'm sure we have with Akron versus someone.
Yeah, and, it's a shame because I think UTA is a very strong team. I think that, especially in just the prediction side of things with Twitch chat, LSU is very hard to vote against in the regular season.
Because this UTA team, they've got Adverse.
Yeah.
And Adverse last season, he was a lot of fun to watch. He is a quality player in his own right. But unfortunately, I believe Twitch chat is correct here. The deck is stacked against you. LSU is that good.
So, Dazzler, let's say you're on UTA and you know you're going up against LSU. You know you have to face Ajax. I mean, what do you say to your team?
Hit the ball.
Yeah. We could say hit the ball. We could say let's try our best. I mean, it's just like if you're going against any team that you know that has been dominant so far, it's a challenge. The most you can do is at least improve from it the best way possible. So regardless of that, it's going to be a learning experience for UTA. But it all depends. Maybe they might show us up and pull off an upset. We'll have to see.
And the players on UTA are
Samba, Echo Clutch, Adverse.
Strong in their own right.
A lot of fun to watch last season. Some brilliant passing potential.
So we'll see if they can pull that off here against LSU. Ajax gets his first touch and bumped away. UTA are a quick team, and they will go. They're going to play in your face. Here's Echo. Plays it over. Samba picking up the boost and letting it go. Sharp.
Sharp was the sub last season, wasn't he? Yeah.
And Samba is going to get the goal here in the first one for UTA.
Great start.
Yeah, I mean, Ajax plays it off into the side. T-Bait's last man back, but can't read the ball. And it just rolls in. It's very interesting. But we take those.
You'll take anything you get, especially versus LSU. You drop one game over 3 seasons, I mean, you will absolutely you'll take one goal against the team that's allowed 0.9 per game.
And, you know, that stat, I think, may be a little misleading. There have been plenty of close games on the LSU side. They have had to work for some of their wins. They weren't like the Akron of seasons past where they just come out and smack everyone. Here's Ajax off the back wall follow-ups there. All 3 of LSU getting involved, and they get their first from Chef Bates.
Nice shot here, Ajax. Good vision to find the hole on the defense of the backboard. They can't handle the 2 touches up there, and T-Bates just comes in, wins the last challenge. That's all you need. Find the hole, push the ball there, win the challenge.
So off the kickoff, LSU looking to tack on. Ajax couldn't get up after it. T-Bates there to follow up off the crossbar. Surely a follow-up is there, and off of Adverse and in.
You hate to see it.
What was it you said earlier, Daz? We take those?
We take those, and they took it right back.
Man, and you can see Adverse just stop.
Yeah, he goes, oh.
Yep.
That bounce, not what you like to see.
So a quick 2 goals for LSU. And they're right back in it. T-Bates there to clear it away. Ajax there on the follow-up. And it is kind of fun to see a player like Ajax in the CRL. Obviously in RLCS as well.
And we've had players of his caliber before up here. You've had Shock currently on a roster. Sharp will turn in another goal with T-Bates again punishing that backboard. Takes a skip up, goes high, and again, no one up there to defend it. And LSU jump all over it.
I like the cool, calm control we're seeing from LSU as well. T-Bates plays that perfectly past all defenders. He sees guys in net. He says, we'll play it off the backboard. And then the follow-up from Sharp. I mean, he has an easy, uncontested shot. He's going to put that in every time.
So coming up on halftime here, and UTA has their work cut out for them. Got the initial goal, but ever since then, it's been all LSU finding form. Here's Sharp on the shot, 2 go from UTA. T-Bates to keep this one in. A tight rotation coming out from LSU on offense to keep the pressure on. And you can do that when the defense is a little bit shaky in UTA's. They've been a little shaky as a wide open net for T-Bates to shoot on, and a 4-1 lead opens up for LSU.
And that's 3 goals in a row. Off the wall, can't defend it, shot to the net. I feel like I'll start going down the checklist for the next couple goals.
2:20 mark, LSU in full command here. UTA has struggled to play at the pace and to keep up with a lot of these plays coming across off the back wall, or just the speed at which LSU is playing. Here's Samba. Now Adverse from his own back wall, and Adverse has been the player to look out for UTA, but he's been completely shut down. Here's a shot to the back post. Ajax there gets demoed for his effort. Now T-Bates, the challenge in the corner. Here's Ajax looking for the back wall. The second touch drops it down. A bounce goes high. Sharp there to follow it up. Can he get another one? It almost comes through, and T-Bates to clean it all up. A 5-1 lead now for LSU.
Impressive touch there from Ajax, but look at the follow-up from Sharp. Although Echo gets a piece of it, not enough to stop that one from dropping straight down, and Chef Bates will clean it up. LSU, I mean, this is clinical offense, but it is what we expect.
So UTA have been very quiet after their initial goal, and credit to LSU to shut them down. T-Bates from his own corner. UTA spending some time on the LSU side. Big miss there from Sharp. Ajax there to make up for it, but it's not the best hit. Gives possession over to UTA. Samba misses the touch, and Echo Clutch gives it up as well. Coming up on a minute left. T-Bates to pop it over. Echo looking for that second touch, but it's Samba who takes it away. Ajax there to pick it up in the midfield. And LSU looking like they're just running out the clock at this point. Full control of this game. There hasn't been too many threats coming out from the UTA side. Been reduced to 2 shots on the side of UTA, and LSU sitting at a nice 13 in game number 1.
Life on easy street when you're 28-1.
Looking for 29-1 here in this series as well. Clock ticks down. Sharp looking for T-Bates, couldn't get it. Adverse played away. 2 go from UTA here, and Sharp there to clean it up. 6 goals now in favor of LSU.
I wish I could remember who LSU lost to. Do you think it was back in season 1, Curly?
I lost to you, baby.
No, they're not in the same conference. Louisiana's on the east side. Arizona's on the west side.
I can't remember either. So Echo Clutch trying to clear this one away. And a 6-1 scoreline for LSU.
Now I'm just confused myself. Hang on.
I think you've confused everyone here. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, it's just like because I think if LSU was ever going to lose the game, it would have been back in season 1, and they would have been in a totally different conference than U of A. But I wish I could remember. LSU, whoever beat you, well done. But Texas Arlington, get the ball off your backboard. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, the backboard defense was just non-existent there from UTA. And LSU, they exposed that time and time again. There were plenty of double taps that we saw coming out from either Ajax or Sharp. And then T-Bates, I mean, although he's called the chef, he did a lot of cleaning there. He really just came through and
cleaned up all the pots and pans.
he cleaned everything up. And most of the goals he scored were just based off of his teammates doing all the hard work for him. And I mean, credit to them. Even credit to Sharp coming in. I believe Sharp is the sub on the LSU team, and he definitely performed. I mean, he got a hat trick himself, 5 shots, and he was the MVP of his team for that game. Going into this, I mean, LSU, they're looking pretty dominant right now. UTA
what can you say?
Yeah.
I mean, that's really all you can say is LSU just looks so strong here in this game 1. 15 shots to 2 is the disparity in the shooting department, and LSU,
at the very least, find the clears.
Yeah. I think for UTA, it's get control of the game, too. I mean, it's tough, but you can't let LSU do what they want. You have to disrupt the defense and the offense in some capacity, whether it's the demo or just keeping possession, bringing that ball down. We talk about it a lot in CRL. Bringing the ball down, forcing a defender to come to you and open up the space behind you.
This is a bit of really solid pressure here from the Mavericks. And it's not the strongest clears from LSU, and They may not be making contact, but they're absolutely, like you said, getting in their face and making the challenges tough to win. Ajax cross, and that is a one-touch pass and in.
And that's the fear you have of LSU, feeling so much pressure, and then immediately, as soon as they get possession and they get on offense, the quick shot, the pass and shot on target. LSU on the board first. So T-Bates there to pick this one up for Ajax, and the follow-up there from Sharp. T-Bates' touch goes backwards and off the ceiling. And that'll slow things down for LSU. Can UTA get something going here? Sharp and Ajax both go for this one. And in the end, comes down to Ajax, and he can't get the touch. T-Bates there to bail him out, but doesn't get the touch either. But the demo will slow things down for UTA. And you see another demo comes out from Ajax, and a long clear now from T-Bates. Echoes there.
I don't know how I feel about that long clear game. I feel like that's a battle you're asking to lose if you're Texas Arlington trying to go for the long clears against a team like LSU. You know they got some of the best players in all of CRL, and if you're going to go into the long clear game and test the battle of speed about who makes the reads quicker and gets up to the ball faster, dangerous game to play.
UTA have spent some more time on the LSU side, but not too threatening, but it is improvement for them. Here's Samba. That shot was wide. Does get the demo on Sharp. Here's Ajax to pop it up. UTA are controlling a little bit more of the midfield now. Here's Ajax to drop it down to Sharp. A good setup, but UTA there to see it through and get it out now. Samba. Adverse does get the demo. Samba's just got to land on it. Sharp gets the way. The follow-up's there. It goes off the crossbar and in for Echo Clutch. We got ourselves a tie game.
Look at the control here. This is what's different. They're not booming the ball away. Samba forces the 50 there, and then all Echo has to do is just put that top corner. It does bounce off the bar and go in. But UTA will equalize this game, and it's just all about playing close to the LSU team, not just booming it away like Achievs had said earlier.
And you know there's going to be something there as soon as you see that catch come through in the midfield with the guy pushing forward. There's the demo, the bump play potential to come through, and it was beautiful execution from the Mavericks to get that one to bear some fruit.
T-Bates plays it across, and immediately LSU respond. The slick play down the sideline for T-Bates.
Rough touch. Adverse, that's a tough one to handle, and it doesn't help that T-Bates gets right behind the ball as soon as he lands in that corner. Just scoops it right out. It's just brutal to handle.
And UTA had to work so hard for their goal, and credit to them, they were looking pretty good there for a while. The LSU immediately respond and take back the lead. Samba can't make the play, so it's Echo Clutch. And now Adverse over to Samba. It's a great play from UTA, but it's too high. The double commit comes through, but the ball does go to space, so there will be time for UTA to get back. They opt to just keep the play on. Adverse plays this one back now. Ajax. That's not the player you want to give the ball up and over the last defender, and that is exactly why.
Fantastic play here from Ajax. Like you said, he has so much space here, and he knows exactly how to play this around.
That's gross.
Off the bar and in. You can't ask for a better goal there. That puts the momentum right back in LSU's favor. They're up 3-1.
And it's a masterclass in showing what you can do with just that single flip, to pick the ball up on the first jump, to save the flip under.
Score?
And then put it away, and just like that, this is what UTA needed to respond back after LSU puts one away.
Yeah, one big mistouch in the midfield, and T-Bates got aggressive. Tried to just take that away and force Texas Arlington back onto their own half. And the over-aggression definitely gives up a lot of space, and they win the challenge, and Samba turns it in.
See if UTA can keep it going. We are finding and seeing more passes coming out from UTA at the moment. Great midfield control as well that are allowing these passes to come through, and it's tough no matter how good you are. If you can find these passes with pace, it's tough for a defense to stop it. Samba. Second touch, looking for the back wall, but no follow-up. Time does slowly start to creep into your head here for UTA. You don't want LSU to have a 2-game lead in the series. Clutch brings it down. Samba going to disrupt the defense, but doesn't find anyone. The miss there, adverse weak shot straight at T-Bates. Easily saved away and carried out.
And I feel like this game is showing you that, yes, LSU, lights out on offense, no question, but not infallible. They've definitely made a fair amount of mistakes on the defensive side here, and unfortunately Texas Arlington didn't convert that one.
There's been a couple like that from UTA that just haven't been able to convert. Coming up on 20 seconds left. UTA have anything left in them. He's adverse. Now Ajax. Space, he opts to go to the corner. Second touch coming on target. Saved away by adverse. UTA's got to go if they're going to tie it up. This is it, the last opportunity. And adverse going to meet Sharp into 0-second time. Samba can't keep it up.
Just couldn't stick it to the wall.
And LSU there to take game 2.
That game 2 was so much closer, though, than game 1. Game 1, consistent LSU pressure, and they scored double the goals that they scored this game. For this one, it seemed UTA had so much space to work with, and once they kind of figured out how to play with that space, playing close to the ball, forcing LSU to make mistakes, they were able to capitalize and score a couple of goals. I feel like LSU, it just seemed like the steam was kind of running out for them toward the later half of that game, as they were on their back end a lot, like more than usual.
Well, and give credit to UTA. I mean, they put up a lot of shots, 11-5 here in favor of UTA against LSU. They spent a lot of time on the LSU side.
Yeah, it was much better in terms of that regard. Starting to win at least some of those challenges in the midfield. The only goals that they gave up, like the Ajax one-touch flip, and it's not like Texas Arlington played that poorly. I mean, they see Ajax get that first touch, and they know it's dangerous, so they go for the approach out of net. It's just Ajax makes a great play to shoot the ball into net, and that's the difference maker in that game. Right. That could have easily been overtime. Texas Arlington really did play a much better game and adapted fantastically to a wonderful offensive approach that LSU had in Game 1. So as far as you're concerned, if you're Texas Arlington, you wash, rinse, repeat, and see if you keep it that close again. Because, I mean, that game plan felt fairly effective. You know, you trap the ball in the midfield, you get one guy going for the bump, and you see what happens.
Well, let's see if they can keep it going here. On to Game 3. LSU looking to sweep UTA. See if UTA don't go silently into the night here. Great vision from Ajax. Over to T-Bates, back to Ajax. The shot's just high, but he got 2 to go. Follow up from Sharp. T-Bates is there, and he doesn't connect. And a great play coming out from LSU to start things off.
They keep the offensive pressure back on, too, as they look to just keep the shots coming. T-Bates was passing to Ajax, but couldn't get a touch on. I like the rotations as well, having Sharp so far back to just keep the ball in. It allows LSU to keep playing, but they have to be careful. Shot coming in, and Echo Clutch will score first in Game 3.
This is a product of a couple great things. First, you miss a beautiful clear from Samba on his own half on that replay. That was a tough read to make at that speed, and he absolutely nailed it. Adverse almost able to turn in the quick transition goal, but what matters is Echo Clutch able to come in and clean that up. That really was a 3-man effort, and wonderful execution from Arlington to get that one in the back.
And a great way to start off here for UTA. But as this previous games have shown, 1 goal is not enough to take down LSU.
And now they got everybody on the backboard. They're just like, nope, we figured that out after Game 1.
They have paid the price quite a bit. They figured it out. I think they really have learned a lot between the last 2 games here. Sharp looking for T-Bates, and T-Bates does get the touch, the kiss off the crossbar in a tie game.
I love the soft touch here too for T-Bates. Like, he has a lot of time, but he's able to push it in without getting too much power on the ball, and it allows it to just bounce just under the bar and get a little help from the bar to push it in.
Because you really don't need power in that instance. I mean, if you square the ball anywhere on the nose, what's far more important is the angle there. The ball's already going fast enough, it'll do most of the work on its own. It's just make sure it's on target.
Just under 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in the game. T-Bates, you can see the passing coming through for the LSU Tigers, and Ajax putting that one away.
Tough break here. Sharp around the back, T-Bates camping the wall.
What a touch.
And Ajax, just quick read, you know? Sees the ball going out, says, yep, no problem.
And that's why Ajax is just a step up for the LSU team. Because one, he's just such a great player in general, and you can see that he gets to showcase that here in front of everyone. I mean, a fantastic ball control. And this is what you expect when you bring him onto this roster and he's able to do what he wants. He just makes great plays happen.
And time and space for Samba. Just curious to see what they did. Nice job from Epico Clutch to at least meet T-Bates. Dangerous ball, and Adverse gets a nice transition. Sharp back to Ajax, and delivery into the back post. Dad's pumping his fist. It's pretty.
Because it's an absolute banger of a shot. He has the space past the defense. Echo, you're too far forward and you're not beating him to the ball. He puts it top right corner as well. There's so many things that he does right on the shot, and again, that's just what makes it so amazing to watch him play.
And to be fair, I think Samba was accidentally bumping Echo, and I think Echo got pushed out a little bit too far. Wasn't expecting to go so much. And now a 3-1 lead opens up for LSU.
And we'll see if Texas Arlington have something, and they do. Samba catches the long pass from Echo Clutch. It's just a free ball there in the midfield, and the demo came through, and Ajax just couldn't cover the distance back.
Yeah, a couple of demos coming out, and seemingly the net's wide open, and when Ajax was coming up looking for a pass, he has no one to pass that can pass him the ball. Has to rush back, but not in time. UTA able to get a goal on, and
big stop. And time to work with. Samba fakes out Ajax. He needs help from Adverse into the middle, right side, and just shot too slow. Sharp, no problem handling that one. And Texas Arlington, a decent drive up the pitch, but the final moment, suspect. Adverse out into the middle. Echo Clutch can't win the challenge and kicked out sideways.
So a minute 55 seconds left for UTA. And it's looking a little dicey here on the LSU side. The shot comes through for Samba, and he ties it up.
Samba again coming up big here for the UTA squad. Sharp looking for a clear. He's last man back, not enough boost, but he doesn't realize Samba's waiting, and the speed to get there before Ajax to put it in. Absolutely necessary for UTA. Minute 48, and it's 3-3.
Life from UTA here. Looking stronger and stronger as the series goes on. Here's a dribble now from Echo Clutch. Samba also right next to him. They run into each other, and that'll be the end of that.
Yeah, I feel it was that cut that went towards the side, and it comes back. They have a dribble play up the other side, and it just falls apart in the corner, and they're rotating back, and Ajax just gets a strong look at the net. I mean, it's not even necessarily really trying to put the ball on target. It's just the ball's in the right place, so you go for it, and you see what happens. And Texas Arlington's not in position to handle it.
So for UTA, still plenty of time left, but that goal definitely hurts. Here's T-Bates, pass out the Sharp shot on target, and a 2-goal lead now for LSU.
The LSU team plays work out so well. T-Bates on the back wall, sees his teammate midfield, and hits Sharp. Shot placement important here too. He goes under the last defender. If it was a straight-on shot, that would have been a block on, but the placement pays off. Now, LSU starting to run away here with this game 3, up by 2 with a minute 12 left.
And as I said before, there is plenty of time here for UTA. It is a factor, but a minute for 2 goals is certainly doable. But with LSU slowly starting to ramp up their offense late, and 2 big misses, it's up to T-Bates, and he's just going to let it roll in. 3 goals up for LSU.
Oof. There's not much that need to be said here. You can't blame Echo Clutch. I mean, he's trying to get the perfect bounce right on the nose of the car and go cover as much distance as possible to get that one up the field. It's a high degree of difficulty, and Corelli is disgusted.
I'm not buying it. Not buying it. 2 big misses there for UTA. With 45 seconds left, looking very dire Adverse just throwing this one to space. LSU looking for a clean sweep. Here's Ajax up and over everyone. Here's Sharp. LSU want more. Doesn't get the second touch. Ajax tried to bring it down. 2 now from UTA downfield. Can Echo Clutch put it away? It's saved by teammates at the last second. Adverse still pressing on here. Tries to pass it back, but in the end gives it to Sharp. Here's T-Bates. Full boost to work with. What does he have for us? Nothing, as he can't pick it up.
I was kind of figuring out, I was kind of wondering if you were going to roast him or not.
And in the end, it is Adverse who gets a goal, but with 2 seconds left, it really doesn't seem possible for UTA to get back into this.
Yeah, no, definitely not. And barring an insane miracle here off a kickoff with a 1-second pinch goal or something. And that will not happen. So, Texas Arlington, you know, after game 1, the series looks much tighter. And, you know, there is some real potential. But as we said at the very start of the game, the deck was 100% stacked against you. You know LSU is going to come out here swinging, and the offense absolutely delivered on every promise that you would expect them to make.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you expect from LSU. I mean, when LSU comes onto the field, this is what you expect from a team like this. They looked very, very strong. Let's take a look at the Twitch poll, see what Twitch chat have to say. I think I'm pretty sure.
Down.
I'm pretty sure I knew what they were going to say, but it did go down. It was about
it was like 83.
85. Yeah. I think it was. I saw it at 85 at one point.
Yeah.
So
you know, fair enough. Texas Arlington fans, have faith, and they put on a good show. It was a tough series, though.
Yeah, very tough series. Daz, give me your thoughts on this series. What did you think of LSU? What did you think of UTA?
I mean, LSU came out and, again, just straight dominated, and we saw them do what they do best, which was play some pretty good Rocket League. UTA, they tried their best to see if they could keep up with them, and to their credit, they did. They made a really good game,
Put
too.
some good drives
together.
together.
Really close. But at the end of the day, I mean, the talent on the LSU roster is just so stacked that, again, like you said, the cards are stacked against them going in.
Yeah, it was tough. But it was a good series to watch.
Yeah.
If you're a Texas Arlington fan, you're thinking, all right, fair enough. And, you know, you can take a little pride in how that played out. You put together some great offensive drives. You stopped a couple of tough chances. But at the end of the day, you knew it was going to be tough on defense all along.
You're absolutely right, Chiefs. Very smart analyst here. And I think it was a very strong game from LSU.
So are you going to explain the whisk and bowl yet? Or?
Well, I thought, you know, during the series,
Yeah.
as Chef Corellia, I thought I'd cook up something for us.
Oh, no.
While we wait.
Okay.
And I wanted to give it to you guys during break. So before we go to break, I just wanted to show everyone
What'd you mix up?
what I've been mixing up here in my bowl. And that's what I've been working on. It's a family recipe. It's a recipe I've had in my family for a very long time. So
how did I not know what was coming out of that?
I don't know. Man.
How long have you been working with them?
Since like game 2, I think.
Apparently not long enough is the answer to that.
So we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we've got one last match on the docket. Akron's going to be taking our field. Our reigning champions. You don't want to miss it. Be right back. Welcome back to Collegiate Rocket League. We just saw LSU take down UTA in a very dominant fashion. I don't think that it's a surprise that they came out and won. I think I am a little bit surprised that they crushed UTA in a couple of those games. I thought UTA was going to put up a little bit more of the fight. Not that it wasn't that bad during games 2, and game 3 wasn't really that bad either, but it just didn't feel like UTA was in it. LSU did assert a lot of dominance near the end of those games.
Yeah, definitely. They started to get some things going their way, but at the end of the day, I think all of us kind of expected LSU to come out the win, and they delivered on what we expected out of them. Texas Arlington, you can take a couple good things away from it going forward for the rest of the season, but you lost the game. It happens.
It does happen, and I mean, at least they got to see just how stacked everything was.
Yeah.
And I mean, credit to them, but also congratulations to LSU. You keep up the record.
Yeah, absolutely. And we get to talk to Ajax now from LSU. Ajax, welcome to the stream, my man.
What's up?
Oh, we got a party
He's got the
going.
lights
All
and
right.
everything.
I like it.
Oh, my goodness.
And Ajax, I want to.
Oh, we do
Wait,
too?
Yeah,
what
I know.
the heck?
We got the party started, man.
Here we go.
Are
Okay.
are you jumping up and down there? You all right?
I'm on my phone. I'm like freaking out.
Oh, okay.
You're great. You're great. You're great.
So my question is a very obvious one. Obviously, you went to the World Championship last season. What's the difference like coming in to CRL now from playing in RLCS?
Everything in RLCS is like way faster, and everybody's like rotates better. So like I guess they're smarter, and everything in CRL is just really slow. So like I can just like sit back and let my teammates do everything.
Yeah, and obviously we saw you take control when you needed to, and it was a great game.
Yeah, and talk about how nice it is to, because obviously RLCS is a big mainstay, but it's got to be nice to get here to go to college and still have Rocket League be able to assist helping pay for that. So talk about how convenient that is for you.
It's definitely very convenient for me because LSU is really expensive, and I was like at first struggling to pay for it, but now I'm good with it.
That's good.
And I only have really just one question, and what's it like playing with teammates?
I don't even know. T-Bates is crazy. I mean, I haven't really been able to like play in a tough series yet, so I don't know what it's like. But once we play Akron, I'm not gonna say Arizona's hard, but once we play Akron, I'll get to know the real T-Bates.
I think that's fair.
Had to bite your tongue there a little bit, Curly.
No, I am excited for that. Ajax, before we let you go, I want you to have the floor for a second. Anything else you want to say? Some shout-outs or anything like that?
I want to shout out Fire. He's talking a lot of trash, but
Of course
I don't
he
think
is.
he'll be able to back it up.
Okay.
I think that's going to be that'll be one of the easiest series of the season, I think.
I like it. That's what I'm looking for.
There we go.
That's what I'm looking
That's
for.
that.
There we go. There's the spice.
We appreciate you, Ajax. Thanks for coming on, buddy.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. We'll see you later. Yeah. So that
He's a nice guy.
is a nice guy. And that is what I want to hear from some of these interviews. Fire, he talks a lot.
He does.
He has a lot to say all the time. And I like it when some players clap back. I'm sure Fire has a tweet. He's on Twitter right now. Or
He's got the fingers fired up.
yeah, he's ready to go. So I like it. I'm excited for that matchup, and I think he's right. I'm excited to see how LSU play when they're really tested by some of these better teams. And speaking of some really good teams, we got really kind of the main match of the night. It's Akron taking on UCF, two teams that are very, very strong in CRL. And UCF starting off with a loss here, but they do regain one of their star players in Demon.
Yeah.
But they're going up against Akron, our reigning champions. They won spring last year.
Didn't drop anything.
They didn't drop nothing. The ball never hit the ground in their games. Tristan's pre-jumping, flip resetting, ceiling shot. The guy's a monster. Daz, when you look at Akron, what do you get with this team?
I mean, you get the full package. Very few mistakes because every player it has an ability to cover for the other player. The fact that Tristan is such a great player is because of his teammates Buzz and Reticence, who can cover up for those mistakes. You have the defense in Buzz as well that can really just save things if need to be, and Reticence can control the midfield. Like, it legitimately is the full package, and it's why they're so dominant.
Absolutely. And on the other side now, Chiefs, we saw UCF. They went to the finals in the spring last year.
Yeah.
Very strong team. Now that they regained Demon, what do you make of this team?
Well, when we saw them with Demon, like, I think all of us unquestionably going into that spring final were like, UCF the favorite.
Yeah.
Hard stop, because that is how good they are. And random fact about UCF, that is actually Snipes' real hair. I wish. Snipes has probably, I believe he tweeted it out the other day, the best hairline in all of CRL. So that's fair. And when you've got the star power in Demon, the play to back up, some really great players in Snipes and Bits, Akron's going to need to do a little yoga.
They're going to have to stretch out a little
bit. Stay
bit.
calm, man. It's all good.
Find us in.
Daz, are you a yogi?
A yogi.
You like doing
Do yoga?
I've never heard someone say yogi.
I don't know if that's a real thing.
No, it is. Yeah,
is
yoga
it?
Instructors, yogis. Yeah.
Last time I did yoga was in like 8th grade.
Yeah.
I think like meditating is more my thing.
That's fair.
enough.
That's fair. That's half a yoga.
Apparently, that's half a yoga. Apparently, yoga is very, very good for Akron, as they looked dominant last season. Obviously, our reigning champs. They've won spring last year as well. Very strong team. I think it's another one of those things as we see the Twitch poll go up.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't know how you pick against Akron, though. I think out of all the teams, there's probably like 2 that I would say give Akron a run for their money, and UCF just coming into this, I think, is one of them.
Yes, I am surprised to see it that far in favor of Akron. That being said, you all make an excellent case.
Yeah.
Akron is totally fair. There's your 90%.
Right.
We tipped it. Understandably so. Akron is a lights out team. The question, it's in tiers, right? All right. You have Tristan versus Demon. Are they at the same level? Can they do the same things? And if yes, then you go to the next tier down. How do Buzz and Reticence match up against Snipes and Bits? And if yes, you got a banger of a ball game. And it's just, if the imbalance is a little bit somewhere there, then whoever has that falling off is the weak link. And you'll have players like Snipes, or maybe Snipes, but you're
a little slip there.
You're gonna have Demon or Tristan capitalize on the weak link.
Okay, Daz, looking at that, seeing this matchup, who do you have? What's the prediction?
I'm gonna go with Akron on this one. I got to go with Twitch chat. I mean, again, full package here for this Akron team, and honestly, although UCF might put up a fight, I don't think it's gonna be enough.
I have to agree. I'm also going with Akron. I feel like, again, it's kind of like LSU. It's really tough to vote against a team that, first of all, is the reigning champion, and second of all, had a dominant league play and has always really kind of been pretty good.
Even that first season where it was Buzz, Reticence, and Salty Popsicle,
yeah.
I mean, we always were kind of like, Akron, but they always delivered.
Yeah.
And had a quality team play, and then they got Tristan, and then it's like, boom, unquestionably the best.
Right. And they have, and it's not even like, oh, we know that their 3 players are good. They have backed it up in every season that they've been in for CRL, and see if they can back it up here on their first game on stream.
And it should be a good one, because this has potential for an absolute showing of insane offensive performances from both teams. But Akron, in theory, with more to lose, we will see how they handle a revitalized Knight squad. And Snipes rips one towards the middle. Taken by Bits, back down to Snipes and Tristan. Great save. Demon forced to poke it into the corner, and Tristan actually misplays the ball. and leave Reticence in charge. Great dribble from Snipes through 2. Tristan playing the third man in the rotation. Do you think that's the role that Tristan and Demon are going to take? Let Buzz and Reticence and Demon and Snipes go battle it out in the midfield and try and come in and clean up things with the perfect shooting?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's always been the plan for Tristan. He wants to put himself where he gets the most time and space to pull something off. And he doesn't like getting in the trenches with the other team. He doesn't want to be that guy fighting with no boost on the opposing goal line. He wants to be the guy who's taking the big shot off the ceiling.
And a bit of a slow pickup from Reticence. Eventually gets around to it, though, but by then, Snipes diving across the goal, able to make a nice save. Steals away the corner boost as well from Bits. Reticence looking for Tristan. Snipes popped high. Has Buzz down in the middle. Maybe got a little too much on that pass and will indeed be stolen away by Bits. A great bump on Demon, though, will force a quick push and maybe not the strongest follow-up for the Knights.
UCF are doing a great job on defense, just with the counterattacks pushing out downfield. Akron, they're getting some solid shots on, but they're not anything threatening. And as long as UCF can understand that and control the pace of game when they move downfield, they could probably set up some good opportunities.
Snipes down in the middle. Bits needing to get that ball away, and strong shot. Demon has no boost, but it's wide just a little bit, and that bounce off the post gives Demon the time to make the save. And tipped back, and UCF have had to parry a couple of strong pushes by UCF. And finally Buzz with a dribble pokes it down and will cut the angle in, and that is a 1-0 lead.
And Buzz was able to land on this one. Look at the recovery coming off the wall there to flip and follow up, and a big miss there on the defensive side of things for UCF. So Akron on the board first, but a very tight first half in game 1.
Kickoff will be favoring Akron. Buzz trying to go for a bit of an air dribble setup off the wall. Bits out sideways for Tristan, and this is where he really gets his money's worth. Unfortunately, Demon right on top of him.
Demon's one of those experienced players too that he's not gonna let Tristan have that much time in the air. If he can do anything about it, he's gonna be someone who can challenge and then punish Akron when having that opportunity given to him. So although Tristan is used to having so much space in the air, that's gonna be taken away from him in the series.
And I think that brings up a great point too, is UCF is a quick team, and I think Tristan does take advantage of some of the slower teams in CRL and really does expose them. And I don't think UCF is that type of team. I don't think we're going to see too many crazy shots coming out from Tristan. I think this is going to be a very close game where it's really a battle of Tristan. Who's going to make the least amount of mistakes?
Well, overall, Akron definitely getting the better of UCF. Still a tight game and hotly contested for sure, but Akron definitely winning the pitch control more often than not, pushing the ball into the corners of this UCF team. And there's a demo in front of the goal line, and just Demon having to fight his way through some challenges, and this midfield line has just been an absolute brick wall for Akron.
And this is what Akron does to most of their teams. They lock them in, they don't let them out, and it's really tough to break that midfield line. And once you do, Akron gets back. They're so quick on the transition game just to get back and defend their own net that it feels like you got to go through them twice.
Finally, UCF a brief foray. Demon trying to keep it going. Shot on target. Reticence up to meet him. Piston off the sidewall, misses the double tap. He's got Demon on the wall. Does he go for Snipes? He wants the back post, and Reticence will say no thank you for that.
Time is ticking down here for UCF.
Bits gonna have to stretch for that one. Tristan. Demon had to go for it with no boost, and if that was on target, he was gonna make that save. Ball shot well off the mark. Demon missed the boost and doesn't even get it. Unfortunate slight miss on the pathing will cost precious time at the end of the game.
Cost time and cost offensive power, especially coming from Demon, because now he has to re-rotate. They are on a last-second drive. He has the flip reset.
Oh, he's just stolen.
This one still in the air. UCF have a play here with Redsons being last man back, but there's Tristan with a demo on Demon, and then there's the beat. Ball's gonna hit the ground, and Akron will take game 1.
Tight.
Yeah.
Tough game 1. And a good game 1, but Akron definitely holding the upper hand. I think the stats really do speak for themselves on this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty apparent. While it was a very close game on the scoreline, Akron kept UCF in their own half for most of this game. There wasn't too many shots coming out. You can see only 3 on the side of UCF to, it looks like, the 8 on Akron. So very strong game here in Akron, at least in the control game. It just felt like they controlled most of the game more than UCF. UCF was trying to fight out from their own half for most of it. So in the end, Akron come away with game 1. And maybe not the flashy plays that we see from Akron, but a win is a win, and they will absolutely take it against a very strong UCF team.
That was something we talked about, too, in the middle of the game. Tristan, used to those flashy plays, not going to be able to get that out as easy as he is versus other teams. Obviously, this is a very fast team, and they're playing a tight game of Rocket League as well, cutting off any type of air dribble that they see coming out from Tristan to just eliminate space, because once he's removed from the play, that's a lot of power taken away from the Zips. So UCF, they're just playing the kind of like the counter game back and forth. If they come off with a good starting game too, I can see them controlling the pace of this. But so far, so good for the Zips. I mean, they did have a pretty dominant game 1. Just they have to be careful.
And there were a couple of nice pushes from the Knights over on the Akron side of the pitch, and they had what I thought were going to be a couple of quality looks at getting the ball on target. But Reticence right there on the goal line, he came across and made a couple of really nice saves. Tristan also diving across the net, but I think Reticence stopped a really dangerous one that I thought was going to happen. So Akron proving that despite, if you, like you said, because you made that point, you know, they're so strong in the midfield line, and then eventually as they continue and you force them back into their own half, you got to break them down all over again. And that's a wonderful defensive setup for them.
And, you know, we talk a lot about Tristan and all of the plays that he made last season, but I think it is good to find consistency in not having to pull off those types of play, playing as a team, especially against tough teams like UCF, when they're going to have to go up against teams like you know, at land, maybe LSU or U of A, strong teams that we've seen, even Oregon's on the come up. So, you know, when you're able to play as a team and grow as a team like Akron has throughout the seasons, you just get stronger and stronger.
And so here comes game 2. We'll see if UCF fare a little bit better here on Aquadome. And can they get some more offensive presence and show what they're made of? Buzz takes one away. Demon, slow shot, and Reticence looking for a long pass for Tristan. And 2 players up for the Knights. Demon stealing away that corner boost, and Buzz just poking it out to his corner. Gets a little bit tied up with the post, though, and Snipes going for that bottom left-hand corner shot. It's stolen away by Tristan as Reticence gets one up the side wall. Bits back into the middle. And actually, really not a good touch from Tristan, and this is a free push. Snipes rips one towards the net, and a great recovery by the Zips to get that one out of their own half. Thought it was going to be disaster.
UCF are playing very aggressive. Bits went up for the challenge in midfield with 0 boost, and it's just to apply more pressure on the ball, make Akron feel like they're being choked out, because again, that's going to eliminate a lot of freedom from them, and we know when the Zips have a lot of freedom, they make the plays. Great shot there from Buzz to start this off.
Yeah, fantastic angle here from Buzz. Tristan was looking for the second touch, but Buzz just comes through, puts it on the right side of his car in that corner, and goes to the other side of the net. Tough for a defender to read that. It's a tough angle to hit, too, from Buzz.
Yeah.
And it's even harder for the defender to read it.
Because Demon knows, I mean, 90% of the time when you get beat in a situation, it's because you're defending, you know, what I would call the primary option. Because the primary option is oftentimes the best play. You know, like the shot to the near post for Buzz is a lot easier there than getting all the way around the ball and going all the way to the back post. Because it's going to happen a lot quicker and give a smaller margin of error for the defender. And here come UCF. Snipes on the clear. Trying to pop one out into the middle. Demon goes high. They beat 2 defenders, but Bits is on the wrong side of the field and unfortunately doesn't have anything close to a shooting angle.
Yeah, I think Bits thought maybe that one was coming across, and in the end it doesn't, so he had to make up for it as the ball went to the midfield. He obviously didn't have the angle to put it on target.
Yeah.
And so for UCF, you do kind of feel like it's a missed opportunity. This one's going to pinch in as Demon can't get around to it, and Tristan gets credit.
Yeah. Demon just not expecting that to go so wrong, and the cut into the goal. Caught himself on the post just a touch, just didn't have that power slide radius tight enough.
And that's a problem with them playing so aggressive too, is the fact that it happens because Demons push so far forward with him being last man. So then he tries to correct it and it just doesn't look pretty. I understand having to play Akron close, but when it comes to the point where you're relying too much on the teammates and a small mistake comes through, you don't want to give up goals that way.
And Buzz dribble back, Demon able to make it in time. Mad dash able to save the ball. But the offense still non-existent for UCF. Halfway through game 2, only mustering 2 shots. The ball hovering dangerously close to the Knights' net. Demon racing all the way to the other side of the pitch just to get some boost and take it away. And he's actually maybe got something on Tristan here. Pumps it down with a pinch under the corner of the I just dropped all my words there.
Yeah. Right?
And Demon scores the ball. There we go.
And it is a goal for UCF, and this is exactly what they need. A big missed touch there from Buzz. He was trying to come off his own back wall to make the save. Demon putting it away, and that's the player that you looked for on UCF to make the plays for the Knights. He does put one away, and one back against Akron.
Oh, Bits can turn it in off the kickoff, and out of nowhere, the space of 10 seconds, it's tied up.
Great kickoff, though, from Bits. Tristan, you'd think he'd have that read, a misread from him, and Bits just has a wide open net to score on UCF. Get a little bit of life here, and we'll see if they can turn it into a lead.
Very rare miss there from Tristan. And now Akron give up their lead very quickly, like you said, Daz. About the span of 10 seconds, all of a sudden, you find yourselves equalized and rejuvenated on the UCF side.
Tristan looking for reticence and dangerous ball. Buzz does not get a good handle on it. Neither does Demon, and Snipes battling against Buzz on that back wall. Going to box him out, kick the ball into the midfield. Reticence had pretty much a free look at the net and just couldn't get behind it all the way. Demon denied that midfield boost. Means he doesn't have much of a chance on the ball, but he does manage to take it away from Tristan. And Bits into his own corner. Oh, Demon is, correct me if I'm wrong, does he feel like the most ball-chasey person on this pitch? Because he just jumped up immediately, didn't get a handle on it, and then couldn't recover right here.
There's been a couple misses from Demon in this match, and obviously Akron here punishing the net left wide open because his teammate had to make up for the miss. And they couldn't get a hold of the ball, like you said, and now Akron find themselves in the lead with a minute left.
Then, like I said, just playing a little bit too fast here is UCF, and it comes to the point where it's starting to cause them to make mistakes. With a minute left, they have to at least clean things up in terms of how they're moving the ball downfield. Bits is doing spectacular with some midfield challenges, but you want to see more from Demon. He's supposed to be the leader of the team, so to speak, at least in terms of experience.
Oh, Snipes will just blast one into the top left. Bits got a great pass off the corner. Demon feeding it all the way across the pitch. And a full team effort to get the ball in the back here.
Another miss coming out from Tristan there. He didn't read that one. You see, he was trying to make up for it with the flip to the side, but just beat by the ball, quite frankly, and tie game. Snipes putting it away.
Tristan off the kickoff will lay it on Demon's nose, looking for Bits on the side wall. He will win the race. Demon first to it, will kick it into the corner. This is an awkward ball to handle for Snipes, and Reticence beautifully positioned, takes it off the backboard.
Bits has a lot of time here, and he has Snipes in the midfield. Look at the pass, the shot, it works out perfectly for UCF. They take the lead with 19 seconds left.
It's the demo on that back line that came through earlier. Bits down in front, and Tristan, expecting the shot into the right, maybe just flipped the wrong way, but either way, ball's by him, and Snipes ties it up.
And a late go-ahead goal here for UCF. Akron letting this one slip away. See if they can make anything happen off the kickoff here. An opportunity, Tristan into popping it up, and immediately jumped on by Snipes.
That's actually a decent pass. Snipes didn't expect it, but Bits was right there for it. And now Tristan and Akron going to have to go the whole way in the air, and Snipes just wheels around, cuts it off. And Central Florida will tie things up almost out of nowhere.
A scrappy game from the Knights here, but in the end, able to stay with it. And a couple of miscues from Akron, especially on the Tristan side. A couple misses here and there.
Tough reads, to be fair.
A few of them were, but there was just a few misses on the Akron side that just felt like they should have hit. And for the Knights, good on them to take advantage here.
But punished.
Yeah, punishing the Akron, because Akron doesn't really make that many mistakes. We saw last season very few mistakes from this team, and when they do, UCF there to punish bodes well for them.
But we expected this coming into this matchup, though. We knew UCF were going to push Akron, and now we're starting to see some mistakes made on the defensive end, and UCF getting some goals to punish them. Now we know that UCF can compete, at least on this stage. We're 1-1 in the series right now. We're going to go into Game 3 on Manfield. But for UCF, they understand, okay, play smart. Don't cause too many mistakes on your own end. Don't play too fast, because Demon had some bad whiffs as well that caused goals. So for both of these teams, it's going to be a battle of like speed and just who can make those touches, because it's between Demon and Tristan at this point. Both have made bad defensive mistakes that have led to goals. We'll see if they can clean it up.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get into Game 3 here, and again, this is kind of our key match of the night between UCF and Akron, and it's all tied up in the series, one apiece.
But now everyone's had, they've had 10 minutes to settle in. I think now's the time where you really see the best Rocket League you're going to expect out of these teams in this series. Tristan going for the flick reset early on. Bits and snipes. Oh, just stolen away off his nose and mercifully off target. Demon slows the play down. Kicked into the middle of Tristan. Beautiful read. Rips one towards the wall, and Bits able to poke one out to the side. Kick down the pitch. Buzz not the strongest clear. Doesn't have the follow-up either. Here comes Demon versus Tristan on the backboard. And Akron trying to find a way to work themselves onto the offense. Reticence not able to chase it down. Buzz in support. Kicks into a dangerous spot. Tristan wins the fight off the wall, and there's a good demo from Buzz. Unfortunately, Demon following right behind will pick the play up. And a minute through now here in Game 3. And both teams just really trying to get the long clears and make the subsequent play, and neither team willing to blink first. Kick straight down. Oh, very difficult ball to read for Akron, but nobody from UCF there to capitalize. Demon can't muscle one through Reticence on the wall, and Tristan in command. Through one, up into the corner. He's been so good in this area. Gets it out of Buzz, and there is Demon to meet him at the goal line. And the Knights will get out free.
I like the counterattacks coming out from Akron. They understand that UCF are definitely playing a fast game. You can see that they're pushing this ball as fast as they can to UCF territory. Problem is they haven't been able to put on any threatening shot chance just yet. That's going to be the closest one, but Demon is going to be there for the save. They get more opportunities like that, and UCF lets them have that space, then they're going to get punished for it. A backflip from Snipes, and Tristan will hit the top corner. Akron get the first goal.
Yeah, you can see that one break down for UCF there. A little stutter by Bits to try and get the read, but it comes straight out to Tristan, and then like you said, the backflip coming out from Snipes. Trying to get there in time, and maybe just too quick. A misinput there from him as he backflips, and Akron to take the lead.
Reticence towards the backboard. Awkward read for Demon. Actually, Reticence still able to get it into the middle. Buzz is there, and he will turn it in. A beautiful effort from Reticence to stay with this ball.
Look at Demon. He's up. Another mistouch. He gets it right down into Reticence. Hits it off the back wall pass to Buzz. Reticence goes for the defender in net, and Buzz has a nice shot in. Strong play so far for Akron. They take the charge. They're up by 2 in Game 3.
Oh, Snipes was going for the feather touch there to get that angle of the ball under the crossbar. Just overdid it. Demon missing the demo, had it come through. It was a guaranteed goal. It's back the other way. It goes post and in. UCF bet it all, and they get punished.
And the shot from Buzz as well. I couldn't even tell if it was going in. It was so close off the post, but like you said, UCF send everyone. And Akron there to make them pay.
And a quick 3-0 lead at halftime. Almost 4, potential for it. Buzz will turn it in. And game 3 has just got out of hand.
Tristan off the kickoff, gets the flip reset, and no, the double commit is actually what gets the ball off of the back wall. Wasn't even the flip reset from Tristan. And the fact, again, UCF caught playing fast, trying to catch up to the speed of Akron. They end up forcing more mistakes. Akron, they'll take those goals up by 4 now in game 3. They're running away with it.
Snipes asking for help all the way across the pitch. Buzz will not be able to make it, but thankfully Reticence there to help him out. As a demo comes through on Snipes in the midfield, we'll leave Tristan with the ball. Does not have anywhere to demo in that Akron side, but will try and cause havoc on that back line and makes that play far more difficult for Snipes than he would like it to be. Reticence expecting that ball to maybe kick straight down, has to give up the play, and Akron gonna have to reset the offense here. Wow, kicked in front, and actually that bump from Snipes paying dividends as it keeps the goal out.
I don't know if Buzz was trying to do that to put it across there as kind of an awkward pinch off the back wall, but you can see what's happening. It's very reminiscent of Akron from last season as they build the lead and then they just run out the clock and just look for easy goals. They wear you down, and UCF struggling quite a bit to break out from their end now.
Hard pinch across. Snipes doesn't get the touch they want. Forces Demon to go for it, but of course Buzz in position. Tristan denied, and now it's a 1-on-2. Reticence taking his time. They leave it for Bits. The fake play leaves it for Demon, and he just blasted high. Sky that one away, and that is a missed opportunity. But to be honest, with 50 seconds, it wasn't ever really going to be possible, but it would have been nice to go into game 4 with a good win, and Bits not able to get the flick into the net.
Wasn't a bad play there from the Knights. I like the little stutter we saw from Snipes and Bits coming through, but unfortunately, Demon, you got to get over that one. You can see the passing plays coming out from UCF, but a little too late at this point. 20 seconds left, down by 4.
Boom and clear. Demon to Bits. Snipes looking for the backboard read. Put it up there one more time, and Reticence quick on it. Sets it up for Buzz. Transition back. And boy, you said it. I mean, they just run out the clock. That was 2.5 minutes ago, and they've kind of just, all right, you're throwing the ball at us. And they had one great look, unfortunately not able to convert. And Akron will win game 4 in convincing fashion.
And even with that look that they had right at the end.
One shot.
Yeah, one shot is, well, to my point, is it took everyone from UCF to even set up an opportunity, and then they can't put it on target. And looking at the stats with the one shot from Bits, that is what's going on with UCF right there. You've got to put the ball on target. It's
and to be
as simple
fair,
as that.
I guess Demon didn't get credited a shot for his attempt.
No, because it went over the net.
Because it went way over the net. But I think this game got out of hand the moment that UCF tried that. They went for everything there in the midfield, you know, with the pass across and the aggressive challenge. Because if they won, that was definitely going to be a goal. And unfortunately, the ball just got picked off and popped back down the other way, and the rotation coming back into net was just far too slow. And Akron caught him on the counterplay. That put him up 2-0, and that made UCF try and make some bigger plays with not a lot of time left. And then Akron, you know, the kings of punishing, put in 2 more, and that was it.
A good thing to point out, too, is the main cause for goals in the last game 2, was due to defensive mistakes. And we didn't see defensive mistakes come out that much from Akron. Their rotations were pretty on point, and they were able to cover each other a lot more versus if you look at UCF, they're double committing all over the place. There's a lot of rushing, and it's leading to even more mistakes. Akron punishing that, as well as cleaning things up on defense and limiting UCF to only 1 shot. I mean, but you expect this coming from the Zips.
Yeah.
Well, here's a chance for the Knights to try and force a game 5. They get the ball in Demon's hands, but 2 players in the net, Buzz and Reticence, kick things off into the midfield. Snipes out of the corner. Denied by Tristan. Demon trying to get in his face and just not give him any time with the ball, which, as you pointed out at the start of the game, Corelli, is not the worst idea. Make Tristan get rid of the ball and put the hands of someone you feel you can handle a little better. Bits up for Snipes. Towards the goal. Ooh. Back post, and actually that is a boomer of a shot.
Smoking from Snipes here. And it's a great play, too. A long, clear downfield, especially when Akron gave up the midfield, essentially.
Oh, man, that's perfect.
And Snipes, beautifully placed from him, that left side and up on the higher end of the net there. Tough to save as a defender because you just don't expect the shot to come out with hit with that kind of pace.
83 miles an hour, yeah. Demon kept it at bay in the midfield by Reticence, and Tristan going to fight for possession. Vane's giving up possession only to cut back in, and he's through the midfield line now. Snipes unable to get a clean handle on it. Leaves Demon with a challenge. Reticence with a little bump in the net. Tristan actually almost able to knock that down. If he would have got that play back to Buzz, it could have really been something, and that is exactly why Rocket League is an improviser's game. He missed the first touch and almost turned it into a big play. Buzz not able to make the clean read. Tristan gonna have to fight off a demo. And Reticence, a wonderful job of controlling that ball there, because Tristan definitely was going to be in trouble in the net if UCF got a handle on that ball.
Rotations for UCF are looking a lot cleaner, though, now that they have that 1-goal lead. When they have to force the chance and create an offensive opportunity, that's when they seem to struggle. But since they have the cushion, it feels like they can control the pace more, and it's leading to them playing cleaner Rocket League.
Put the pass across to Tristan. Reticence will find a gap in the defense, and just like that, you're locked at one.
Great passing play as well. Buzz to Reticence, back over to Tristan. You can see that triangle get going for the zips, and beautifully executed by Akron to tie it up. Tough to save as a defender, especially 1, 2, 3 passes come through, and for Akron, wonderfully done.
Triple commit for Akron. This is basically free, assuming it's a decent lead, but Snipes poked it out into the middle, and that's all the time in the world for Akron to get back. Unfortunate for UCF that first touch, all important on the breakaway, was not quality, but they catch 3 forward, and is it enough? It's out into the middle. Snipes with a fake push, and they still made the save. Oh!
I think Buzz came out from the back of the net there. What a save from Buzz to keep it tied up.
Bitz had all the time in the world on the shot, too. Even called off Snipes so he could take a clean shot, and it was still read by Buzz. Incredible defensive save from Akron.
Demon, backboard, nobody there, and big missed touch, but Tristan able to catch the ball and at least push Snipes away. Bitz towards the goal. Reticence puts one out into the corner. Tristan, a nice takeaway. And again, that short-range touch and the understanding of what's about to happen next from Akron allow them to get themselves set for another onslaught here. Demon into the middle, denied by Tristan. Reticence waiting calmly in the goal line and just able to get enough to poke that over Snipes.
And it seems like the pace has been picked up by the Knights here. They seem to be moving down the field quite a bit faster now, and maybe it's just a confidence thing, or they got Akron right where they want them, controlling the boosts a lot more. But it feels like Akron, these long clears, no one to follow up. You can see Buzz and Reticence just waiting.
What in the world was that?
Wow. Off the ceiling for Demon.
He had 8 boost. Oh, goodness.
Give credit to UCF to put that one away. Very well done to set up, and Demon just recognizing that he can even go for that, and maybe one more from Snipes off the post and still stay with it, and it's put in by an Akron player, and a 3-1 lead all of a sudden for UCF.
And Snipes, he just kept hitting the ball. That's like the basic thing of this. He just saw an opportunity, he kept pushing it towards net, and then Tristan accidentally knocks it in.
That was my all-star analysis before this series began. What do you say? Hit the ball?
Hit the ball. And it's a disaster at this point for Akron.
Wow.
Now staring down a game 5, they can't turn around the next 45 seconds.
And anything goes in game 5. All bets are off. You can play as good a series as you want, but if it gets to game 5, Who knows what happens in 5 minutes of Rocket League. Bits with an air dribble. Hand off to Snipes. Demon looking to put one down the middle of the pitch towards the net. Buzz off the ceiling though with a demo set up in the goal. Great pass from Akron, but shut down and actually opened the other way. You can't blame Akron for trying to get something going, but man, an absolute stunner of a shot from Demon. Sets the table for a game 5, and Snipes put it out of reach.
Yeah, a couple of great shots here in this game from UCF, and you can look at the two shots total coming out from Akron. When was the last time we saw something like that? And look at the saves that they were forced to put up. 11 saves to the 15 shots that were put on. Wow.
And you made a great point about that, Daz, in terms of that nice early lead for UCF. You know, they get that early lead. It allows them to feel more confident. They take a few less risks. They control a bit more of the pitch because they don't have to take the risks in a couple more situations. And it resulted in a suffocating experience for the Zips.
Yeah, they locked them down, and then they controlled most of the pitch. Even when the Zips fought back and tried to seemingly tie it up, they just added more pressure until the Zips even were putting the ball in their own net. There was also just some incredible plays, though. Demon really stepped up compared to how he's been doing in this series. He's been having a shaky series so far, but in the game 4, it really just seemed like he had things under control, and he had a banger of a shot in that top corner as well.
So another game 5 for the night, our third one, and our last match here for our Monday night broadcast. CRL starting off with a bang here, and our reigning champions being sent to the limit here.
And it will all come down to Champions Field. Both teams having some phenomenal approaches on goal. And we'll see if UCS can continue to have that wonderful pitch dominance, or if Akron will find a resurgence here in Game 5 and keep the Knights down. Bits looking for Snipes in the middle. Trying to get that back across, and sniffed out from Buzz. Waiting patiently on the back line is Bits, and he actually is called upon, surprisingly, and he was not prepared for that. Buzz gets one from Tristan, and a quick start for the Zips.
Look at Tristan, too, just waiting for the touch. Hits Buzz directly on, and, I mean, what faith in the teammate being there, being patient enough, sitting right in front of the box. That's not necessarily the best spot you want to be in, but if you got to clean up the play, that's exactly what you got to do. Zips start off with a goal. Now we'll see UCF starting this Game 5 down by 1. How will they respond? Because they haven't been able to respond well in previous moments like this.
But they do push Tristan off the ball. The back post shot, and it will get it in. They put the pressure on the goalie, force him out of position, and they get it right back.
What'd you say, Daz?
Well,
kind of making you eat your words here. UCF coming out and responding so quickly to Akron. And that's exactly what you need, to your point, Daz.
The juicy casticers.
They've struggled, and he's right. I mean, UCF has struggled to answer the call when Akron goes up, but they do it here in Game 5, the biggest moment.
Bits for Snipes in the midfield. Reticence just trying to take away boost that isn't there, and still able to make a wonderful block on the play. Buzz patiently on the goal line, and he was absolutely beat. And Tristan doing an excellent job getting up there and keeping that ball at bay. Tristan going to need some help here if he wants to get this in the net. And there it comes in the form of Buzz. Reticence will be in charge of the midfield line, but he's coming from the opposite end, still on the ball in what I thought he was surely second to the challenge on. And Akron are continuing to build some pressure here with a surprising win in the midfield.
A strong pressure coming out from Akron right now. Just when you think there's a 3v1 situation with Reticence being last man back, a 50-50 challenge turns into a pressure play from Tristan being so quick in the air. There's going to be a lot of back and forth change of possession, but look at how Akron are handling it. Tristan, a banger of a shot. They take the lead.
Just a clinical play here from the Zips. Tristan over to Reticence, back to Tristan. The give and go, and the defense left watching as they're torn apart. Tristan putting that one away and giving the go-ahead goal to Akron.
And now, UCF. Now it's put to the test again. You found an answer once. You got another one in you. And Snipes rotating out of the backfield, trying to take Tristan out of the play. And it's worked a couple times in this series, as now he's taking himself out with that miss. And Reticence gets beat. If they get a favorable bounce, they have a chance, but it sticks to the wall pretty much. And unfortunately, UCF's drive is going to die out here. Cross to space for Akron and just try and control as much boost as possible on the field. See if you can box UCF in. Out in front, Snipes going for something that was way out of reach. But Demon does deny that boost on the way back. And a great win from Bits. He needs a little help. He's got him. Buzz is right there. Makes a solid block. Tristan looking for Reticence and a fast transition on the other way. And great stop from the Knights. They will again deny another quick counterattack from the Zips. Back post shot kept at bay, but UCF struggling to hang on to the ball, and now you're getting into dangerous territory.
Free ball rolling out here. Tristan did have a shot, but saved away by Demon, so Akron doing a great job of keeping this UCF team on their toes right now. With a minute and a half left, the Knights got to start thinking about it. Got to start making that push downfield. Big miss comes out from Buzz. Still the attack on. Here's Tristan and another miss. So he can't put it on target.
That's a smart touch from Buzz. Could have tried to go for the net, but didn't want to allow the big boomer of a clear and just poked it straight out to the sideway. And there's that attempt to just run out the clock slowly but surely, as they've really boxed in them, as in the Knights here, for the solid part of a minute here now, as they finally cross the midfield line, and that is a hard bounce across. And Demon just doesn't get his hands on it. Snipes with a nice cut through Tristan as well, but the only player back is Buzz, and Demon in the race. Buzz decides the boost is more valuable, punches it off the ceiling. Bits is first to it and wins the ball. Snipes can get it out too. Bits, can you finish the job? They keep it high, and that is no problem for Tristan. Time is now a serious factor for the Knights, and Reticence does not quite have the empty goal. Snipes will make it back in time. Demon, waiting patiently on the goal line, will already get out of the way of a demo, and they need this ball to get jammed in an Akron corner to have a couple of chances to get the ball across.
Doing what they can to hold on to the possession, but it's a tough feat, especially with how well Akron are rotating. It's the final 10 seconds of Game 5, and you see UCF with the push. Snipes can't get a touch on it. Tristan on top of the ball. He's gonna flick it over. Snipes is there. He pops it up, and this one will go to Reticence. Ooh. He'll kill the ball, and he'll end the series. Akron take it at 5.
Dangerously close there. If that had rolled up, maybe a wonderful series overall. Akron will squeak out a win in Game 5 by 1 goal, but not from lack of trying from UCF.
Yeah, and a very close series for our reigning champions in Akron. And UCF, like I said, this is a team, I said it before the series, this is a team that I think can push Akron to the limit. And I think the biggest thing about this is I think the Knights want that first game back. It wasn't a pretty
slow
game.
Start.
Very slow start. I feel like if they started where they maybe started in Game 4 or maybe even Game 3, this might be a different series. It might not even made it to
Might
Game
have 5 overtimes.
Maybe. And so the slow start, though, from the Knights, I think, cost them the series. Even though they lose in Game 5, that Game 1 was just a huge warm-up for both teams, and they let Akron get going. And it showed here, especially in the end.
Yeah, and Akron, to their credit, they pulled off some really good offensive pressure and really pushed UCF to their limit as well. UCF were forced to play in a very uncomfortable series, and although they were able to step up, I mean, Akron Zips are the champs for the reason, or the defending champs for the reason. Yep. And they showed that here in this series, and they took it in 5.
It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that. I think we had, for day 1, a CRL. We got a lot of really good games today.
Yeah.
We started off with a banger, ended with a banger, got plenty of great offense. And, well, there you go. I'm talking about it so you can go and take a look. Even the LSU UTA game, the 3-0 doesn't really do Texas Arlington justice. I mean, they really brought it back in games 2 and 3, but you got to see some winning offense out of LSU in that game.
Yeah, very close games, especially our first 2 games stocked in with a couple heartbreakers there at the end to stay alive really in the series, but in the end falling to Rowan and Nova coming out in 5 games as well. And this was a very entertaining game at the end of the day, to say the least. And I think to see our reigning champs struggle, maybe other teams might smell blood in the water, or
parity.
Yeah, I think there is something to be said about this. Maybe it was just a poor series from Akron and they just need to get going in the CRL league here. Plenty of games left for them, and I'm excited to see who comes out on top here between the 2 standings. So those are your results here for the first week, and I have to say that I did not expect quite a few of those game 5s.
Georgia, very pleasant surprise.
Absolutely.
Rowan much improved.
Yeah.
And it's going to be, I'm excited to see how the rest of CRL goes. The early season games just are appetizers. You know? It's setting the stage.
Right.
And this was a good stage set.
I agree. And I mean, who knows where it's going to go from here?
Right. And I think it's also interesting to think about. We say this every season, even when we had more than 2 conferences. Is the East the strongest conference? Is it the West? From what we've seen tonight, I know we saw a very small sample size of teams, but Achieve, starting with you, what do you who's the stronger conference?
I
Take your time. Take your time. We'll wait.
Oh, okay. You know, I think I want to bite and go East. I mean, the West has predominantly had some excellent teams, but I feel like the East, in terms of overall competition, has taken a big step up. And so I'm going to say up and down the ladder across the entire conference, I'll pick the East.
Fair enough. Daz, what do you think?
I'm going to go with the West. I think that just looking at what we've seen today, and how just the West has come out and shown in just day 1, that I have to go with them. They've looked very strong. LSU's looked really good. We just saw like Akron Zips play. And yeah.
So interesting to come up. I believe we're going to be talking to Buzz.
Yes. Is it just Buzz? Normally we get the whole team.
Yeah, usually it's the whole team.
It is just Buzz.
It's just Buzz.
Wow, this is so weird.
Buzz, good to see you, my man. Tell me about this first matchup here, at least on stream. We were talking about that you were kind of pushed to your limits. This is obviously a good team in UCF. I think there's no doubts about that. Do you feel like you struggled with them a little bit?
I think they just played out of their minds. I'm not going to lie. Like, they were hitting bangers that we just weren't expecting.
Yeah, I think Snipes hit a couple great shots.
The demon shot was
had
gross.
one off the ceiling, so I can't blame you.
You know, Dad, I'll tell you what, I'll let you take the first crack at him.
Thank you. Now that you've had your kind of day 1 here on the stream, how are you guys feeling going into the conference for the rest of the season?
I mean, with UCF out, I don't think there's as much competition. I mean, obviously the East is still really strong, but I think UCF would probably be number 2. So I think it's going to be not easy per se, but not as hard as UCF.
So then, which leads to the next question. If UCF is number 2, that means that you think the rest of the East is on lock. So that clearly means back-to-back spring champions then?
I mean, if you want us to, we can. I kind of want to. It sounds kind of fun.
It sounds like he needs to pencil it into his schedule
or
something. Buzz, we appreciate you coming on, man. I want to give you the floor. Anything else you want to say before we let you go?
Kristen, do you want to say anything for your honor? Well.
Oh, it was GG's.
GG's.
Good enough.
There you go. Fair enough, Buzz and Tristan. Thank you guys. Appreciate you coming on, and good luck.
Thank you. See ya.
Nice guy.
Okay, we'll get the rhythm down. But nice guy.
Well, he moved really like slow, and you were just
Nice guy.
okay. I'll pick it up.
You know, we got 2 more days.
Yeah, we'll try again tomorrow.
We'll try again tomorrow.
Sleep on it, and we'll come back.
All right.
Yeah.
It was good stuff.
First of all, or I guess at the end of the stream here, I want to give a big shout out to the College Carball Association. It's been fantastic for them to not only help support the CRL, but also they run our B streams as well, that are just as important here as our A stream, as they keep the hype going when we're not online, and we do appreciate their work out
And
there.
the VODs.
And the VODs, for us especially. We appreciate the VODs to see it because there's so many games in CRL that a lot of them are offline. So it's great that they're able to support it, and we definitely appreciate it. You can catch...
There's a link right there.
You can catch the CCA B stream, by the way, twitch.tv/College Carball if you want to see the B streams, and if you follow them on Twitter as well, they tweet out when they go live. So really cool from these guys to put on, and they've been around for a long time. I mean, they really did kind of start the collegiate scene around here.
Yeah, they really did a
before
lot of grassroots push for it.
Very grassroots push for it, and we wouldn't be here without them. So big shout out to them. It's been a ton of fun for the last 4 or 5 seasons, and this one is going to be no different. And if you're having fun or you want to talk about the season, you can use the hashtag CRL20 on Twitter. If you use that hashtag, your tweet could end up on stream. We could talk about it. You can tell us about your day or CRL or anything you'd like. If you use it, could be on stream. Guys, before we sign off, any closing thoughts for the day? Cheese, we'll start with you.
Day 1, a lot of fun. Looking forward to day 2. Glad Daz is here.
Yeah.
You know, it feels good to replace Jorby.
Oh God.
And I'm glad you're the host again.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
For me, it's definitely been an interesting first day. I got to see you in an apron, and that was cool. That was also kind of... I'll have to sleep on that later on tonight, but it's been fun. I'm very excited to be a part of this broadcast, and I can't wait to see what the rest of the season has in store.
And I want to break some news here. Before we sign off, we talked about the dominance of LSU. We talked about how strong they are. We just saw them come out. UVU just took down LSU off this stream, and 3-0. It was a clean sweep, and Ajax was playing. So, I mean, this does shake things up for LSU. It won't be an undefeated season.
So you're saying they're 29-2?
It's the second loss.
To UVU?
To UVU.
They just lost to Mizzou.
So something doesn't add up here. We're going to have to go back and do the calculations. I'm interested to see, but
now that's a VOD to watch.
No, we wanted to update you guys on that. Especially, we wanted to update you guys, especially for those LSU fans at home.
Well done, Utah Valley.
Yeah.
That's a win.
That's a
big win.
Huge win at the end of the day, and we appreciate you guys at home watching us. This has been day number 1 of #CRL20. Join us tomorrow, 5 p.m. Pacific, twitch.tv/Rocky League. We'll be back with more action. We'll be back with more people hitting crossbars, and I'll be there. So you want to tune in. We'll see you tomorrow.